Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my brother Dagan. Moriarty. Dagan, welcome to the show. How are you today?
My wife.
Oh, it's my wife.
Let me look at you guys. You're bringing like a whole, you guys look different. There's an energy.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
It wasn't bad before, like a week ago, but you're bringing this marital, I don't know, these vibes.
Marital bliss.
It looks like bliss.
Marital bliss.
Just wait till the honeymoon's over, though. Listen, let's not be negative. Let's be positive for now.
Yeah, let's live in the moment.
Let's live in the moment. Let's enjoy it. How long is the honeymoon period?
I don't know. I don't know.
When you say the honeymoon's over, when's it over? 2 years?
Let's see. Let's ask. How long is the honeymoon phase? Based on a survey of 3,000 Americans, we found that the honeymoon period can be as short as 4 months or as long as 11 months.
Oh, it's under a year, though.
This is from mattressclarity.com.
See, I don't think that.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Clarity.
I give it a
Definitive marriage
years.
source.
Brides.com. What is the honeymoon phase and how long does it last? For most people, the honeymoon phase lasts between 6 months and 2 years.
2 years, I would say. That's reasonable. Less than a year, though? 4 months?
I mean, yeah,
I know.
maybe.
If I'm already sick of this by 4 months, we have a problem.
I mean, honestly, I don't feel any different.
No, in a good way. Like, in the best way, it's all the same. In that I didn't feel some immediate source of regret of like, oh my God, what do we do? Like, in all the good ways, it's exactly the same.
You guys lived together first, and I always say, like, Helene and I didn't, because we were in separate states. We really didn't live together until we were married. But you know what? We spent a month together, so we, at a time leading up to that at certain intervals. So we did technically live together. Plus we were together 7 years. I mean, how much more? 6, 7 years, whatever it was, So like Micah was saying before the show, before we rolled, she said something very sweet, which I do remember this, even though it was 21 years ago. You get to refer to that other person as my husband, my wife, right?
My wife.
Different interactions. And that's a big one to wrap your head around, because you guys went through boyfriend, girlfriend, then you don't refer to each other that way normally, and then fiance.
Yeah, fiance was the worst because I hate that word.
Yeah.
It's my fiance. Where is my fiance?
That's the thing, is that it feels slightly pretentious. It just does. Yeah. And the other thing, I had told Colin that, like, this isn't a knock, but like, I know people who have been engaged for literally 10 years. And they are the people who always say my fiance. And it's just like, look, man, it's a fiance if you're actually going to get married, and you're not. I'm just saying, like, you're not actually going to get married at this point. It's been 10 years. That's your girlfriend. But it's just that you pepper in fiance every other sentence. Like, you want us to know you're engaged. And it's like, we've known for 10 years now, boy. You're either going to do it or not. And I think it's a not.
Yeah, there should be a penalty. Like, this is my career girlfriend or whatever it's going to be.
Well, right. I mean, you could say partner. That's a grown up way to say boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. But I'm just like, I couldn't stand saying fiance, except when I was doing actual wedding planning. Like when I called the florist, for example, I didn't mind saying my fiance because that's the dealio. But when I was at like the vet's office, I would just say Colin, or I would just say like my boyfriend, because something about saying fiance, I just didn't like it. I just really didn't like it.
No. If you say partner and it's someone you don't know, they're going to wonder
if you're
you gay.
Yeah.
That's the number one thing.
Didn't that happen though with your dad? Because Dana always said she called Nancy your dad's partner and never mentioned her name. And like her hairstylist thought your dad was gay, like 100%. And was like, wait a minute. Like when they got married, she mentioned, she's like, what? And she was like, you always said his partner. And she's like, well, yeah, because they're like 70. I wasn't going to say his girlfriend.
Yeah, it's too weird.
Yeah.
Well,
love that.
Micah Watson, my wife, Welcome to the show. How are you today? Or do you want to go by Micah Moriarty now? We haven't really officially done it yet. So.
Well, no, that's the thing. I'm still legally Michael Watson. The Social Security office, you can't change your name. You can't start the process until 30 days after the wedding. So I got the marriage certificates in the mail. Now I'm just waiting until the end of November to fill out the application and actually find, my local Social Security office. So for the interim, I'm still Michael Watson. I'll hold on to it till then. I'll keep these last couple weeks of being Michael Watson. I'm definitely going to change it. Like, I was 100% on board the whole time. I did feel like a twinge of sadness a week before the wedding of like, it's actually happening. Not that I had any doubt about changing my name, but just like that it's actually going to happen. It just felt a little weird. But no, I'm super stoked about it. And this couple weeks that I have to wait is irritating, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun having that name.
It's important for me to note for the audience that from my perspective, I don't care if you change your name or not. And we've discussed that or not. My only request was no hyphens. So either keep your name or take mine, but you're not hyphenating Moriarty. So you have to figure that out. But that was my whole stance because I don't mind. I knew like Dagan knows my good friend Eric growing up. His parents were like they were both scientists and they were like, his mom was very modern, I guess I should say in the 80s and 90s, whatever. And she kept, Klein was her last name and she kept it. But I used to call her Mrs. Schumann, which was his last name, even though that wasn't her name. Because I remember on their mailbox it would say like Schumann and Klein, and I was always like, as a kid, I'd be like, why? I think mom explained it to me like, oh, you don't have to change your name or whatever.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, okay. And I think that she didn't because she was like a scientist using her name in her writings and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. If I had like an actual professional reason not to, if I was actually famous, famously Michael Watson or something, but no, I always planned on changing it. It was just this, just the actual realization that it's here is what made just like a twinge of sadness. But now I'm back to excitement. Like now I'm back to, yes, this is like a definite lock and I want to do that. But it's weird. I mean, if you thought about changing your own last name, like it's weird.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't do it. So that's why I don't, I'm sure that's probably important to some men. But to me, I'm like, no, I get that. Like Allie, our sister isn't changing her name.
Right.
And she just got married. And our mom, my mom and Dagan's mom, who's actually married for the third time, it still goes by Moriarty, which is the name she took with my dad. And I think it was to kind of stay connected to us, the kids or whatever.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But because our mom got married briefly in the 90s, in the late 90s. Maybe we'll let her tell this story one day, but because
I always forget that.
Yeah, me too. Well,
I can't retain it.
Colin had a move. Now, this is a legendary move in the family because this guy ended up being an asshole. I knew it the entire time. I hated this dude. And I knew that because I lived with my mom.
Yeah.
So like no one else knew him, but I lived with her. So I knew this guy and I hated him. They got married when I was in 8th grade and I refused to go to the wedding. And everyone else went but me. And now everyone's like, damn, Colin fucking called that as like a fucking 12-year-old.
That was weird. A baller move for a 13-year-old.
All right. And then she's been with her husband now, Larry, although they were just dating since probably
long time.
Let me think here, like 2003, 2004, something like that.
Yeah.
Because he moved me out of college. I mean, that's how long he was there. Like, which is so strange. Larry, we love Larry. All right. And he's an FBI agent, so everyone be careful out there. You threaten me, I'm going to send him after you. All right. Did we introduce Dustin? No, we didn't introduce Dustin.
We did not introduce
Hello,
Dustin.
Dustin.
That's like Arrested Development with his girlfriend that they're like, oh, you're here too. No, I was gonna say this is practically a family meeting that I'm just kind of imposing on right now at this point. But
your family, stop it.
I'm happy to be here. And Dag, I wore this shirt, my Somewhere in Time shirt.
Love it.
Because I posted on Twitter. I got floor tickets to see the Somewhere Back in Time tour. Maybe that's what it's called.
Iron
I don't
Maiden,
remember.
for people that don't know.
Yeah. Iron Maiden got tickets in Pittsburgh and in Baltimore on the floor, and I'm pumped. So Dagan, there's a show in Philly, so you should go. Maybe I'll make it 3.
I saw that.
Maybe I'll meet you there.
Travis might have been the one to tell me that. They tour like young people. Like, I can't believe how much they tour. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's constant.
Their drummer had a stroke either this year or late last year, but he has recovered fully. So that's the thing with these tickets is that, it wasn't horribly expensive, but to do 2 in a row is a bit much, but it might be a lot. Hell, these shows might not even happen for all we know. They're getting up there. So, but anything can happen. So yeah, very excited and happy to be chatting with you guys here for a themed episode, correct? Right? Like somewhat themed.
Yeah, no, it will be. It will be. I figured it would be fun to do like a marriage themed episode. We got so many, especially on sacred symbols, which from when we're recording went up just an hour ago. But they're in that inquiry thread. There's so many nice comments about the wedding and some questions and this and that. And I figured very similar to when we did a Constellation episode about our live show. I figured about let's just do a Moriarty wedding extravaganza episode and just get it all out of the way, so that we don't have to ever discuss it again. so that people we can just talk about the situation. And similar to what we did with the Houston show, it wasn't really about the show itself, but rather about things that could do with the show. And so similar to this, I thought talking about the wedding, but things having to do with our wedding or going to a wedding or whatever, I think would be interesting and discuss it. But yeah, first and foremost, I just want to thank everyone again. I already did on Sacred Symbol, so a lot of you already heard it, but just for the very kind words. It's nice. It was like a real outpouring of support from the audience, like people very, very thrilled by the thousands, which feels nice, and we appreciate it very much. Awesome. Mike, I'm sure you saw this as well on social media and everything.
Everyone has just been so kind. And what surprised me actually the most, we obviously have a predominantly male audience. The number of people who commented how like that my dress was pretty, things like that. It was just very sweet to have all these, the assumption being that they're mostly gamer dudes, just being like, that dress is so pretty. Like it was just very sweet. People were genuinely kind to us. And no, it's overwhelmingly, positive, which was just nice. It's not always the interactions we have on social media. So no, the audience and the listeners have just been so kind and gracious with their comments. It really did mean a lot.
So
yeah, and you know what, you guys, the audience watched your whole romance unfold over time, dating back to Micah's first podcast with you, Kyle.
That's true. Some people called it too.
Yeah.
There was one guy who, like, his wife called it, like, they listened to that first episode and she was like, they have great chemistry together. And just the funniest thing of like where that would have ended up. I mean, not that any of us could have known at the time, but it was funny to have it like that guy's wife called it. All right. She knew right away. We didn't even know yet.
Well, yeah, it's funny. I didn't anticipate. It's funny. It's such a blur that I'm not even really sure. I mean, I know like the big, it's like my studies of history. Like I know all the big swaths. Like here's what happened on this day and but I don't really remember the day to day. It just kind of just happened out of nowhere. Like what I remember about it is we did that podcast. I was still living with my mom at the time. I had just, I think my house was like just a couple of weeks away from being ready at that point. So I was kind of, you caught me at a good time. I mean, if George Floyd was killed in like March, I probably wouldn't even discuss it at all because I was barely able to keep it together. So we did
not see that coming.
So for people that don't know, we had a Sacred Symbols Plus episode about the Black experience in the games industry, predicated on all of what I think will go down as like a very well remembered. I mean, not in my opinion good, but well remembered racial uprising in the United States in the summer of 2020. So yeah. Micah came on to talk about all of that, which was fun. That was before we even did video. I believe it was like right before we started doing video, because I started doing video when I moved here a few months after that. I think 2021, I want to say, is when we started doing video. So yeah, so that was interesting. And then we just kind of kept in touch, and you kind of kept in touch more in the beginning than I did. Because I'm like, I have to be honest with you about this. Like I have always been, and I think this is a good way to be personally, but I have always been very wary of acting inappropriately or flirting with almost anyone that I've ever, like any woman in a professional setting ever. Like, and you hear things about people in workplaces and all that. It's like, of course I thought there were cute girls like at IGN. And I did date a girl in sales for a little while when I was like 22, but generally speaking, it was just like, just keep it totally professional. So I was like, this is what I kind of felt with Micah in the beginning. Like, she's obviously very attractive or whatever, but it's like, you can't be that guy. You kind of have to let the woman take charge in that situation, because it's a different time and era. I'm not saying I'm like, hey, nice tits, sugar tits, and all that kind of. What I'm saying is like, you can't even in this era be like, oh, would you like to go out for a drink or whatever? You just never know, man. I'm just telling you. I have friends out there. We've all heard stories like something innocent turns into something. This is frankly what I think happened with Vince and Janito at IGN. I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, but it's just like, it sounds like just a series of misunderstandings from someone who definitely didn't mean anything by it in my experience, and so I kind of let Micah take that's kind of accurate, right, Micah? You kind of took the lead, and then you would like send me memes and stuff like that. And then probably by the late, so that we talked in the spring of 2020, and then probably by the mid or late summer, I was already here, which is me and Rush. And then we started like being more flirty and stuff. And then I think you came down here in earlier mid-October that year.
Yeah,
and
the lady caller saga.
Oh my God, yeah, because Colin said on the show that you're having a female caller, and everybody thought you like ordered an escort.
Right.
And then I joined the Discord shortly after and saw how many people thought I was a prostitute.
By the way, it's nothing. There's a few things that show me how illiterate so many people are that listen to this podcast, mostly in the thread that when you guys submit things, but not knowing what a female caller is and assuming that means it's a whore. Like, read a book.
And assuming that you would say that, like, why would you tell people?
Read.
That's hilarious.
I thought it was funny, the female caller. I forgot that you are the female caller.
Yeah, well, and it was because I joined the Discord, like, I don't know, a week after this happened. And then I saw somebody, of course, I'm very new at this point, don't know anyone in the community. And somebody was like, we're sorry that we thought you were a prostitute. And Ben was like, I told you guys to cool it with that. Because obviously Ben knew. But he was just like, I told you guys not to say it.
Didn't Ben go to Penn, right? For his undergrad?
I think so.
So he's not a dummy.
Yeah.
So yeah, he understands what the word female call, like the term female caller means.
Ben has read at least one book. I'm sure of that.
Dustin, when's the last book you read?
The book topic was his on Constellation.
It was.
Yeah.
Last book I read was The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck.
Oh, that's right. You read that.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be a very powerful book for people that need to hear it.
I think everyone should read it.
Huh.
It's insanely powerful.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
The last book I read, Benjamin Franklin by Walter Isaacson.
I saw that he has an Elon Musk book out.
Yeah, that's why I bought it, because he was on Lex Friedman talking about that book, which was fascinating, and hearing about Elon. Walter Isaacson, I've gone on and I've filleted at Walter Isaacson so much, but he is amazing. He's amazing. Just an absolutely amazing biographer. I don't know how he gets such people's trust where he just stays with them. The story about the Steve Jobs biography is that Steve Jobs basically accelerated their work together when he knew he was dying, because he felt like it was that important. Like, he was like, oh, you got to just come be with me. And he was basically with him, like, when he was in those last months, like, that's the entire time. And just asking him, talking to him, picking his brain. That Steve Jobs biography is a must read if people haven't read it. It probably came out 10 years ago or so. Amazing.
I read it. I think I was in 12th grade. I was reading it there. So
yeah, so shout out to that. I bought the God, I forget what it's called already, but I've been listening to a lot of Elizabeth Holmes stuff. So the Theranos lady with the crazy eyes and the voice. Yeah. She's so fucking weird. Like, I'm so fascinated by her. I don't know if anyone's ever heard her talk. Like, what she looks like. She's a pretty blonde girl, but she sounds insane when she talks in every way. Like, I don't even. And people are like, that can't be a real voice. And then, so I bought this journalist at a Wall Street Journal did this whole book about the whole implosion of that place. And that's what I want to read next.
Nice. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, because for people that don't know that story, Theranos was a company that claimed with a drop of blood that they can run like gamuts of tests on it's like no more blood vials, no more getting stuck with things, no more thing. And then they just kept this grift going for years and years, and like just took billions and billions and billions of dollars from like CVS and Safeway. Like, those are like the targets, basically, like all of the different, and they just had nothing the entire time. That people were saying, like, the entire time, like, people behind the scenes going, like, what you're saying is not possible. It's never going to be possible to do what you're saying you're doing. And nonetheless, they just kept going with it, which is interesting. So that's what I want to read next. But anyway, we're way off topic. What time is it? Doesn't matter. I like looking at my watch for dramatic effect. Dave, do you have something to say?
No,
because you just did like this. You were like walking up.
To you.
I thought you were just
Steve Jobs. He was channeling Steve Jobs.
Oh, Birdman. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, was that Steve Jobs?
I can't do his bird. I can't do the Birdman thing.
There you go. You got it.
The little thing when he comes on. What would your thing? If you were a rapper, what would you say before you came on the mic? Like, what would be said? Like Hova? Like something like that, or Yeah,
you need a little hallmark, a little intro, right? I don't even know.
Mine would be Colin M, and then I come in with my rap. You'd see me in the video. Like, it would be my verse coming up. I would only be in the video a little bit. That my verse, let's say I'm third, my verse is third, and you'd see me, and I'd just be like I'd be getting myself straightened up, and then just walk up to the mic and do 24 bars. You know?
Yeah, I see. I like having an outro. You know, like somebody like a member of Wu-Tang is on a collaboration and they go out with Wu-Tang.
Right.
You know,
right.
That's a punctuation mark. You know, exclamation point, if you will. But yeah, a lead in. I don't know.
Michael, what is it like listening to rap and rapping over it all the time? Is that?
Oh, it's a joy.
Yeah.
It's a joy of my life. You're you know, it's real good. It's better than some of the other stuff you listen to, though.
Yeah.
So you know, it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah,
Wow.
Fair enough. When I work out every day,
so...
I blast music. Just blast it like as loud as humanly possible when I work out.
We'll take turns.
Well,
Micah should be able to have the house, then you have the house.
I don't mind. This is the thing: is Micah's here's the thing, though, is that Micah's just very simple to be around. Like she's not very demanding. And I feel like I'm the same way, but I'm happy to, if someone came to me and said, like, can you just not do that? I'd be like, okay, I guess, like, that's fine. But that's what I'm going to do otherwise. We have a home gym. It's not like it's just blaring throughout the house, although I'm sure you can hear it everywhere. But
Mike is polite, though. You may be not so slowly driving her crazy.
It's not fair, though. See, that's not fair because I always ask in the beginning, like same thing with drums. It's a loud fucking instrument. Like, I can't believe that mom and dad let me grow up playing this thing.
Dude, I wasn't allowed. Do you understand? I tried to put this into my best man speech, but I couldn't work it in. I was not allowed to play the drums in 4th grade. And it literally was the drumsticks and one of those wooden
like
drum pads with the rubber pad on top. Cut to Colin at whatever, let's say 8, because I'm exaggerating. Whole drum set. It was like I had to play the clarinet because I wasn't allowed to have this rubber drum pad. Cut to you having a complete. You look like
Buddy Rich.
Buddy Rich over here. I was going to say Peter Criss.
Yeah, Peter Criss. Yeah, someone with like a huge drum kit. I play just a jazz kit. I don't need something crazy. I would have my kit would be a little bigger, I think, if I had more room. But I like just snare drum, low tom, bass drum, floor tom, ride cymbal, crash cymbal, hi-hat. That's all I really need. Maybe a China cymbal for that kind of that. I don't have that though. I've never owned a China cymbal in my entire life. And those are loud. I don't know how we got on this topic. I do need one. And a splash cymbal maybe just for the a little bit of a panache in the middle.
Little pan ass.
Your dad plays drums. Dustin, did he have a big in that room? Actually, I think it was where he would play. Where you are now. Did he have a big kit?
You can't ask a man about his father's kit.
Yeah. Talk to me about the size of your dad's kit.
Okay, 2 toms, floor tom. He had a red ride on the side, 2 crash, a gong type sounding one.
Oh shit.
So yeah, he had a pretty extensive, not like the quad toms or whatever, like it was big.
He had a red ride cymbal, you said?
Yes.
I had a red ride cymbal too. Was it a paste or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah. I never knew how to say that word, by the way, that because I only had that. I never used paste or pasty ever except for that one symbol. And so I never knew actually how to say it. It's Paiste. But yeah, I had that same ride cymbal. That's how I know.
He had a bag that was like, I think it was a military bag that had a shoulder strap. And when we would play shows and stuff, you would put all of the holders and the cymbal holders in there. And it would just hold an insurmountable amount of weight. And someone would get stuck carrying it. And it was known as the bag of death because it was, hundreds of pounds. I don't even know. But it was insane. But man, carrying a drum set around, not fun.
It's bad news, dude. People know I played in a band Paper Champ in college. I actually found some live videos. I got to get, they're on VHS, but I got to get them.
Oh shit.
That would be fun to put those up. And it was a nightmare because it was my friend Christian who Dagan knows, and Brian Myers and a couple, and some of our friends. And it was just like, we had like a Jeep and it was just, everyone had very basic things. And then I had a huge drum kit, and when I was in college, I had a fucking rack, like a Gibraltar rack instead of so like I had a bass drum, but I had like a rack of things because I thought that was cool to like have so many. I
love the drama. Kyle, do you remember, I think I don't know exactly when this was, say late 90s. You guys did a gig in Amityville. Yes, that Amityville, for those who don't know, on Long Island. The whole family went, like aunts, uncles. Do you remember that whole thing?
Yeah, I think it was 2000. I think it was 2002 or 2003. And it was I'm trying to think of that show. First of all, it was right by the Amityville Horror House because we would go there before the shows because we used to play there sometimes. So for people that don't know Amityville, do you guys know, Dustin, do you know Amityville Horror? Like,
I know about the myth or whatever.
That's probably Long Island's Long Island's a creepy place, but it's more creepy with government installations and shit like that and like science labs and stuff. This is more of a creepy like supernatural thing, and that's probably the most famous supernatural fear thing on Long Island. And we used to play, I'm trying to think, it was called Village Pub, I want to say. It was in Amityville, and they used to just have like local bands come and play all the time. We used to play there constantly just because we could, and we actually would bring our friends, so like they were happy. It's like, 10 or 15 people came that were drinking here or whatever, and we used to go to the Amityville Horror House before we would play there and just go just go and like stand in front of it. Like,
it's the only house on that road that faces the side.
It's so creepy, dude. Like, every house on the street faces the front except for the Amityville Horror House faces 90 degrees.
It's It's legitimately creepy looking.
Weird.
I don't know if that has all to do with the movies or what.
It's funny you remember that though, Dave. That's funny you remember that.
Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. I think my ex-girlfriend lived in Amityville too, not far from the center of town. So I just spent a lot of time there. Plus, it's Amityville, right? Mm-hmm. It's
actually a nice spot. Amityville's awesome.
Oh, it's a pretty place. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really nice. But that house is awesome.
Shout out to Long Island.
We went on my bachelor party too. We went that night. We drove over, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're right. After we were in Kings Park, I think, right in the beginning.
Yes,
and then it doesn't matter.
That's right. Yeah.
They had what we would call a traditional bachelor party. And I was what we would call in high school. So that was an interesting. I'll be honest with you. 16. I was 17. I got my first lap dance during this night. Completely illegal, right? No one carded me. This was a Russian mob place, like through and through.
100%.
Like 100%. But 100%. The chick that gave me a lap dance, literally, I'll never forget. It was like, "You're 18," and I was like, "I'm 21." I said, because you got to actually be 21 to be in this place because it's bar 21. I'm like, "Oh, I'm 21." And she was like, "Okay." And then I remember Uncle Mike busting my balls, being like, he's like, "You really don't." Him and Uncle John were just out of their fucking minds. They're like, "Next time you come to the strip club, you got to wear parachute pants."
Pro tips. Talk about worlds colliding, though, right? It was like you. Friends from Philly, friends from Connecticut.
PJ and Mr. Williams, I think, were there.
PJ, his dad, our uncles. It was like, it was an insane mix of people. The only people missing were the uncles on dad's side, which could have made it added to the
That would have been hysterical, dude, to have them there.
Yeah, that was the memorable part for me. It was just all these personalities and the age range, right? It was just, it was nutty. I'm glad it happened. I remember asking you guys, like, let's just do something fun, like a little escape upstate, play paintball for the weekend. And then the more I did that, the more, especially PJ, doubled down on, we're doing exactly what you don't want. Type of thing. Just as like a ball busting thing. But it turned out to be fun. But that was what it was. That's what it was just all those people being there. And it was a little awkward.
It was awkward
being in the strip club with dad. Let's be honest.
Yeah, like I haven't been to a strip club in years, actually, but it would, and I've never really, like, I would go to strip. What do you say? What do you have
with dad? That's something. That's
well, this is what I was going to say. Was I've never gone to a strip club on my own volition. It's always because someone else wanted to go, or there was like a bachelor party or whatever. I've always found them a little weird, personally. I did go to a strip club in Mexico just because that was like around, like there was just all these weird things that were just slammed together that really shouldn't have been. So you just and I'm like, all right, I guess this is where I gotta have a drink here now. And that was a little skeevy, but that's not really been my scene ever. But it's always, and I'm not saying that because my wife's here. I'm just saying that because it's really not.
No, it really isn't. It'd be weird if Colin did like a strip club. That would be more weird. This is the Downton Abbey man.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You wouldn't find Mr. Carson in there.
But I have had funny, like some really funny experiences at strip clubs with people. Like my friend Kevin during his bachelor party just absolutely bombed, tried to walk on stage basically to like, dude, I'll never forget things like this, like that, just really, really funny stuff like that. But it's just not my scene. And but I don't mind it. It's fine, to go to the strip club and to hang out. But I don't even know how we got on this topic. How did we get? Oh, bachelor parties.
How did we get? I do remember though, Kyle. Just one real quick. Do you remember the guy there? He was a stranger. We were calling him Uncle Hal because he looked like our Uncle Hal.
R.I.P.
And he was just hundreds, like $100 bills, $50 bills all night. It was unbelievable. The guy had to spend $10,000 It was just watching him like floss was insane. And who knows, maybe he was wealthy and maybe that was his life savings. See, that's what I get up to at strip clubs. I start getting into, all right, what's this guy's story? What's her story? It's like there's like a sadness.
Yeah, there is a sadness. There's an interesting aspect to it, like someone eating there. Like there's a strip club. So in San Francisco, near North Beach is where all the strip clubs are. And that was where I went for a few bachelor parties or whatever. And they were like really nice, like the Gold Club, I think is one of them, and others. Like they're really nice strip clubs, and they're like serve you food and like, but I'm like, it's so weird. Like this chick's twat is like 10 fucking feet away from you. And you're like, I'm like, I can't. This is just so strange. But that's why I came up specifically was I feel like it would be less awkward for me now to be there with Dad and you than it was when I was younger. And that was like, because I think we would all see the adult and interesting humor in it, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
To me, here's the thing. I'm just going to be straight up with you. If you go to a strip club and spend a few $100s, I'm not entirely sure why you didn't just go get a hooker, right? Like, seriously, like what, unless you have this thing of like, you love edging or some weird shit like that, which is fine. Then like, why are you spending so much money just to tease yourself? Like just go to fucking Backpage, you know, or Craigslist and get a fucking hooker.
I know, but Vegas, chlamydia,
you know?
And actually, so there's a
and get some chlamydia.
No, this is a real like public service announcement. All right. Syphilis is on the rise in the USA and the antibiotic to treat it is in short supply. Be careful out there, people.
Is that right?
This is legit happening right now in 2023 that the antibiotics to treat some of these STDs are in short supply. Be careful. All right. Don't listen to Colin. Don't go on Craigslist and find these people. All right. You got to watch yourselves out there.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Definitely not Facebook Marketplace either. I mean,
not on Marketplace. No.
Well, it should just be legal and then it would be easier to deal with. But since it's not, that's just the way it is. Not that I support that kind of behavior, but if you do what you got to do, here's my whole thing. People are going to do it anyway. Might as well get a piece of the pie. It's the same thing with marijuana. It's the same thing with other things too. Just legalize it, make it safe. The Vegas situation, fucking Jaffe told us a story about how he went to the Bunny Ranch. Remember on an episode of the Moonlight Bunny Ranch is like a famous brothel in Nevada. In Nevada, in the United States, prostitution is completely legal except for in Las Vegas, which is very interesting. You can still do it, no problem there. I mean, anyone who's been to Vegas has been handed 17 different a day, like just call this chick here. This chick wants to fuck you and all this. And it's like, oh my God, dude. It's a little weird that it's not legal there. That's what's fun about Vegas is that anything goes. So let's just go. You know, let's even have could you duel there? You know?
I think you can. I don't know.
How do we feel real quick? How do we feel about dueling? I have a beef with a dude. We have this blood feud with each other. We both agree that we're going to duel. Who's the government to say I can't do that? If we're all in on it.
Let's do it.
For it.
Yeah.
Sword fight though, not guns. Because that would just
I agree. Because here's the thing. When Hamilton was killed by Burr, his second had said in the historical record that he missed on purpose, which was typical of that time. Yep. That you would like get your anger out and then you'd both just miss. And you would keep your stature and you wouldn't lose face and stuff like that. And then you can go about your business. But Aaron Burr just shot him right in the fucking heart. You know,
well, and he should have, because that's a bitch move to miss on purpose. All right. If I'm going to duel with you, I'm going to shoot to kill. And if you're not going to, that's on you, man.
Oh, wow. All right. So I was just watching Barry Lyndon. I don't want to spoil anything, but
interesting.
So you guys are saying I shoot away, right? As I'm saying, like, all right, we're in this situation. I'm going to rise above it. Let cooler heads prevail. I'm going to shoot away. The other guy does have the option of doing the same or just blasting.
Right, totally.
Right?
100%.
Okay. To see that you run a big risk.
It's
by not shooting the other guy.
It's very old school to do something like that. That was the way most gun duels went, I think, until you got to like the Wild West where people were out of control, you know. But like in a more gentlemanly.
I would have not survived for one day.
Dude, after reading Blood Meridian, I'm like,
oh my God. I'm way too
No. No. Like, I didn't know it was like that. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. All right. Let's get into the topics at hand. Let me open the email again. I don't know why I fucking shut it to begin with because I'm an asshole. Let's see. Dagan had a topic idea. I said we're not doing that topic idea this week. Then Dagan gave me another topic idea. All right.
I didn't know we had a theme.
I said it, but then I never followed up. I was just reading the email in sequential order. Okay, here we are. All right. So we have that. You know what? I'm going to go first.
Okay.
One of my favorite things about this wedding that was fun for me was, and I thought, by the way, and I'll say at the top, I thought the wedding was generally, and I'd love to hear everyone's feelings about it as an event, but I thought generally it was great. Like, they did a great job. I think my one complaint was the bar was weaker than I had wanted it to be.
I knew it. I knew it.
And
in what way?
Because they put all the top shelf stuff out, which is fine. Because you have, at least for our experience, like, you have top shelf, middle shelf, well. And I was like, what I said is I want all of it. Like, I want people to have an option to get whatever they want. Because sometimes I would never make an old fashioned with Eagle Rare or something. Like, you just don't do that. But I want to have people have the option to do, but they were literally making my cocktails with like high shelf bourbon because all they made available was the high shelf stuff and then a selection of beers and all that kind of stuff, which is fine. Right. But so my only complaint was I was like, I want all of it, and I also want craft cocktails. And that was the thing that the old fashions were fine, but it's a small complaint because it was totally fine. But that was my only complaint. Otherwise, I thought it was great. Yeah.
I have to interject because this all comes. I said to Colin after the wedding, I don't want to hear complaints about things that you neglected to do. And Colin said, I don't do that. Well, we had our tasting back in February. Colin refused to try a single drink. And I was like, I don't want to hear later that the old fashions aren't good because you're refusing to ask the bartender for an old fashioned. And he was like, okay. And then immediately the day after the wedding, he's like, the drinks were okay. And it's like, I told you to taste one. It doesn't matter. I sure as hell wasn't going to do it.
You're missing the point.
The point is that you had a chance to try the cocktails and say, hey, use this bourbon instead. And then you literally were like, it's fine. I don't care. And then afterwards, you're like, the only thing that was bad was the drinks. Like the only thing that you were supposed to do for the whole wedding. I just
didn't want to. You're misinterpreting me, I think, in a sense, or misrepresenting me. You are, because I'm not saying it. We can still get this thing annulled. It's only been.
You have a month.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure my dad got his marriage to our mother annulled. So you pay enough money to the Catholic Church and you can do anything you want. Now, you're misrepresenting me because I'm not complaining saying you did anything wrong. Micah did.
No, I didn't say that. But just for you to even have a complaint about the drinks is frustrating because you literally refused to taste one months before the wedding. I knew this would happen. I knew it would.
Let me just say this.
It's a golf club.
Let me say this. You did a wonderful job. And I appreciate all the hard work you did to put everything together. You did an awesome job. Like, I complimented you the entire time. I appreciated it. I thought it was awesome. And everything was great. And including like the drinks, I think were good. Like, they were fine. But my whole complaint is that why are we complicating the old fashioned so much? This is the thing. This has just puzzled me for so many years since I started drinking them. It is a colonial era drink. It is the first cocktail. You don't have to do very much to replicate it because it was made in 1760.
It's been around.
So why the fuck are we doing so much to it? All you have to do, 2 ounces bourbon, some Ango bitters, and a little simple syrup. Mix it together. Put it in some ice or over ice with a little garnish of, lemon or orange, depending on if you're doing rye or bourbon, and not like a piece of the lemon or just the skin.
Did those 2 or 3 bartenders seem? I didn't spend a lot of time at the bar, so I can't talk to this in any specific way, really. But did they seem a little young?
Yeah, they were young. Yeah.
They didn't seem to know how to make a lot of cocktails just being in earshot. They were just like, what's that? Like, what's a Bay Breeze? That's kind of like, I know Micah doesn't drink, but that's annoying. If you're working at a bar and you don't know how to make a Bay Breeze or you don't know how to make, like, that's, you should go do something else. Now,
this is also part of the thing that when the setup for the drinks, we're the ones who were difficult because what we were supposed to do was choose 2 signature cocktails. And then you have an open bar for like gin and tonic, simple drinks. But the reality of the package they offer is that I choose 2 signature cocktails that the bartenders will learn how to make. And then you can order beer, wine, and simple cocktails. We asked them to just do a full open bar, but we did not give them like, I totally understand, like, yeah, they're bartenders, but the reality is that they're not real bartenders, and we didn't test them, and we didn't tell them in advance kind of any specifics. We just said we want a full open bar, but the reality is that that's not what they offered.
Yeah,
like,
the reality
they want
though
you to
also
choose
is
2 drinks and then do simple
they
things.
batch their cocktails, which is unacceptable.
I'm
not batch cocktails are gross. I'm not doing that. That's not what cocktails are. It's weird to do that. And I paid how much money for this place? Maybe hire a couple, like what literally like what was it? 10, 11, 12, $13,000 or something like that just for the, it's like go get a craft cocktail bartender or 2 and staff them here. Pay them each a few $100s. See, that's the thing. And that's, I know you're not in the cocktails, but it's like, you just either, bartenders don't look up cocktail recipes. You know how to make them unless it's like something totally bespoke and unique to that place. And so, but we're getting off the track because I was just saying it was totally fine. That was my only complaint about it. You're very sensitive about this for some reason.
I'm not sensitive. It's frustrating that your only complaint. No, it's I'm saying it's funny because your only complaint was your one task and you didn't do it. So yes, the rest of the wedding was fantastic because I did all of it.
Yeah.
So
the only thing that you were disappointed was the thing that you were supposed to do for yourself.
Well,
I just want the audience to know.
I don't know, a place that expensive. When I say to them, which I did, I was like, I want craft cocktails, like style cocktails, and that's not, dude. I can get behind a bar at a place like Polite Provisions and make a good old fashioned that would be indistinguishable from what you would get at a place like that. So it's not hard. It's fucking not hard. What I'm saying is they make it so much harder than it is. But and what's so ironic is that our friend Eric, one of the reasons it's like, I wish Eric was there to get his take on it. My friend Eric was supposed to be there, but he couldn't come. He actually, I don't know anything about this, but he bought some historic bar.
Yeah, I saw this.
And that's like a very well-respected bar. And anyway, it closed the week, like the day before the wedding or whatever. And he was like very apologetic. And I felt bad because there were a few people that didn't end up coming that like pulled out at the last second for various reasons. I'll remember this. But one of the things that I did appreciate, and this was the actual topic, was everything was wonderful. It was a little too hot that day, which Micah and I were lamenting. I was sweating to death when I was outside.
It was hot.
It was, I think, the hottest day on record, or the hottest it was ever on that day in the history of temperatures going back to the 1600s. So that's wonderful. And we specifically picked late October because, as the audience knows, this cocktail of psychiatric meds I'm on to keep me fucking safe and sound. they make me sweat profusely, if not just naturally, but if it's just a little hot out. Like, for instance, I went to the driving range this past spring. It was probably 75 degrees. And then when you start getting a little hot, it's like, it's over. I'm like, that's it. Mm-hmm. And now just like, I don't know what happened. My psychiatrist tells me you can put me on another medicine to counteract that. I'm like, how much are you going to hot me up on shit? So like, we'll just ride this out. It's also apparently permanent, even if I stop taking these meds. That like my body just runs at a different temperature. So we picked, that's what he was saying. So we picked October 28th, and I was like, oh, we'll be safe and sound, snug as a bug. It'll be fucking 55 or 60 degrees and it'll be very comfortable. No, it's 85 degrees. I'm up there dabbing myself like a Victorian gentleman, just sweating all over the place. But it was a wonderful day. The ceremony was awesome. The turnout was awesome. The venue was awesome. The food was awesome. The people that worked there were incredibly friendly. That's another reason I think why I didn't fight back on the cocktails to do very much, because it's like, when people are nice to you, like I don't want to speak for other people. When people are just nice to me, like they can do almost anything they want. Like for some reason, I'm just like, oh, you're being nice to me and you're being very like authentic. So that's fine. So they were really sweet and I appreciated that as well.
They were really cool people.
The Jefferson was awesome. I mean, we stayed there before, but that's like, that's really the nicest hotel in Virginia. And I absolutely love that hotel. And so that was cool. It was a wonderful day. Loved my suit, loved the dress, loved all of it. Everything was great. But my favorite thing about the wedding, I think, was, other than the nuptials themselves, of course, my dear, I was really excited to get all my friends together. And I've lived a really strange life that's different, I think, than many other people's lives. Dagan can probably relate to this most. But due to the nature of being so young, as when our parents got divorced and then moving around often, and just living in different places, being willing to live in different places, kind of not thinking about it. I have happened to just make these pockets of life that go from X date to Y date, and then X date to Y date, and X date to Y date. And a lot of people can't relate to that. People have their childhood best friends still, their parents still live where they lived, and they go like, I didn't have that experience. They went to school in their town, and then they got a job there, and they never really left. I had a very different upbringing. And so over time, New England itself is not really even an era to me, like my New England upbringing, because that was just kind of, I was still on Long Island most of that time anyway. But Long Island, Boston, San Francisco, and LA, and now the present. And this was the first time that I'd really gotten everyone together. And what I was remarking to Micah was, it's probably going to be the only time this group of people will be together until I die, right? Or like there's some funeral or some event that will bring us all together again, some, like the big chill or something like that, to make an 80s movie reference. And
love it.
I felt it. And what was fun for me about it, and what I wanted to remark about, was it was cool to see, and I've always felt this way, I compartmentalize my friends. I don't do that intentionally. I just kind of get certain things out of certain people. And some of those friends I would consider crossover friends, like my best friends. So probably from my childhood, Mike Pope would be like a transcendental figure. From my college years, Ramon is obviously a transcendental figure. And probably from my adult life, a person like Nate, who you finally got to meet today, was a transcendental figure in my life.
Super nice dude.
Yeah, he's a wonderful guy. But seeing them, and they all know each other, like there's little Venn diagrams. Like Ramon knows my friend Sin, and he knows Eric Castro, because we went to Kentucky together, and then they just became friends on their own. So there's like a little Venn diagram there. And Nate knows Sin and my friend Mark Ryan, who was there because we worked at IGN together. And, Ramon knows Mike Pope because Mike used to come and hang out with us in college and all of that. So there's all these little Venn diagrams that exist, but it was all just a circle for that one day, and everyone was there, and it was fun to see everyone interact. And I kind of just wanted to remark on it, that it was cool to see all my worlds colliding. Very Power Man 5000 when worlds collide. I felt it. It was meaningful to me. And I wanted to say this, and I think I've discussed this in the past in another context, but I had a very, very close friend of mine in college named Abby. And we were platonic friends. We were boys. She studied politics. I studied history. We were in a ton of classes together from our freshman year, and her dad owned an apartment actually in Boston. And so she lived at the same place all 4 years, unlike us who were just moving around. So we used to just hang out at her place all the time. And she was really, really important to me. And she met a guy, Jonathan, late in our years at Northeastern. I left. She stayed. I think she went to grad school for a little while, and then she lives in Washington now. She's a lobbyist. She got married in 2010 or 2011, and I didn't go. And at the time, I was pretty poor. It was like a bad time. I was worried about my job. I didn't want to leave, and I didn't really think she would think much of it. And it's like she's big Jewish family. Like she's gonna have she probably had 300 or whatever. It's a huge wedding, right? Like this huge wedding. And I RSVP'd no and whatever. And I only learned years later from mutual friends, it's like that really hurt her that I didn't go to her wedding, and affected our friendship to this day. I mean, we still talk to each other, every now and again. I still love her to death, but I think it kind of chilled our closeness in a great deal. And I didn't know enough about life to know that. I was like, part of me was like, oh, she's just inviting me as she doesn't care. Why would she give a shit if I was there or not? Everyone's going to be there. It's going to be a good time. She'll understand that it's just not going to work for me. But as I got older and I started going to a lot of weddings, and I went to weddings before that, obviously, but I was in weddings and doing all these different things for my friends. And I realized how important it actually is and how regretful I am for that choice. It's very similar to, and it actually came up with my friends, that we had a friend, a mutual friend at IGN, Spence, who was the music editor, the only music editor ever at IGN. He was the music editor there for years, and they laid him off early in my years as an editor there. And he cut a lot of us off because we didn't say anything to him quickly enough after it happened. And that was my first layoff ever as a professional. I never got laid off, but surviving a layoff, I survived many layoffs, and they're always scary and bad. And you learn about Irish wakes, and you learn about the things you do, and you leave work in solidarity, and you go drink and you go hang out or whatever and do that stuff. But I didn't know at 22.
Story of my life.
Right. And I was new to the entertainment industry. It's very common to do that kind of stuff, but I didn't know. My whole thing was, I'll give him some space. He's probably in a lot of pain. And when I reached out to him a few weeks later, he was actually roommates with my friend Nate, who you met. He was basically like, we're done, dude.
A few weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, wait, and Spence, like, what are you talking? Like, we were boys. Like, I don't understand. And he's like, well, you didn't even say anything to me. And knowing what I know now, it's like, yeah, that was the wrong move. Thought I was doing the right thing. So I guess what I'm saying is I've had these personal interactions where I'm like, I understand in some sense how people hold people to account for these things that didn't seem like they mattered. And now that I've gotten married and had this group of people there that agreed to come, that went out of their way, especially come to Richmond, which is not an easy place to come to. It's just not a very populous place. You can't really get direct flights here. It's a pain in the ass. And I guess I just came to really appreciate that at the highest possible level, the level of respect that it showed me that Nate was there, that Mark Ryan was there, that PJ was there. That my dad's siblings, who we don't really see, were there, although I think they like to get together with each other, if I'm being honest. I love those guys. They are fucking peas in a pod. They're funny and fun to be around. I wish that I made more of an effort I was a kid. It's like, we just weren't exposed enough to them. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage with them.
Yeah.
Compared to the Italian side of the family that we know so well.
Right.
But I guess I just wanted to throw it out there. It was great to see all these worlds colliding. My favorite one, well, I don't want to say my favorite because I had a lot of awesome memories, but one of my favorite memories of the wedding, like just the actual like event, was coming in and hugging Mike Pope when I was coming down the aisle, because I hadn't seen Mike in years. And so I was coming down the aisle towards Derek, our brother-in-law who married us. And, you have your side and Micah's side or whatever. And Mike Pope's at the end of my side and he's standing up and I see him and as I'm coming down the aisle, we stop and hug each other. And I love that memory in that moment. But I love that Ramon was also there. And I love that Nate and Sin and Mark Ryan were also there. And, the LSM boys. So that's like what I was going to say too, like to be able to integrate the newest generation of my friends and an important generation of my friends to the past was pretty cool too. It all ties it together. So I'm going on and on. I've gone on and on. I don't know if this resonates with anyone. Micah, what did you think about having all these different people together? And I'm curious if anything like that touched you too, as you saw some of your different people interacting and being together.
Yeah, it really started the night before the wedding because we had like a family dinner at, a local restaurant so that my parents could meet, Colin's family. Like my parents had met Betty Ann and Larry, but they hadn't met
my mom and step.
anyone else.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, but no one else got to meet them. And nobody had met my sister or her fiance. So that was what really kind of kicked things off. Was Friday night. We all had dinner and that was exciting. It was one of those feelings of, it was weird to have everybody together and be like, oh, my family's here, Dagan's family's here. Because when we first started dating, the only time that like I saw Dagan's family was like Thanksgiving. And so we've gotten to see them a lot, over the past, year or so between like, seeing Dagan at live shows and all these weddings and stuff. But that was the first thing of like, wow, like my sister is here. She's never here. She still lives up in Mass. And then I've got, they're meeting Dagan and Dana and Helene. And it was just very interesting to have them together. We have Ramon in the mix. Ramon is sitting with us and like my sister's talking to Ramon, which it was just neat. These crossovers of like, wow, man, I'm watching my mom talk to Aunt Barbara and, your dad is talking to my dad. It was interesting. Just all these different people mixing together. Part of that too, just being that we do come from very different places. I grew up in, rural Western Mass, up towards the border of Vermont, and you're from Long Island. So it was just interesting to have this also, I don't want to say a cultural mix, but slightly so, of like when we're talking, my dad talking about what his life is like is completely different from like what your dad's life is like. And just that they all get along great. That was just good to see of like, we're all very different people in a lot of ways, but everyone got along great, had a good time. We enjoyed the food. And then of course, the next day at the wedding, we did our like photos before the ceremony. We did photos of you, me, the bridal party, Dagan and my sister, and then like family photos. That was nice too, because we got to spend a little time, just the four of us, Dagan, Colin, my sister and I, It was neat hearing you guys chat. Like I told my sister ahead of time, like, yeah, Dagan's, an animator. And she's like, that's so cool. I'm like, no, he's awesome. The coolest.
She was so cool. It was so nice to meet Jasmine. We had the kind of like that forced time together, but it was so nice because, yeah, I feel like I really hit it off with your sister on a personality level. Like she was so easy to talk to, unusually so. Like, I know I'm kind of an easygoing guy, but I was just like, wow, this person is genuinely cool. Like I would have enjoyed talking to her no matter who she was, so yeah, it was fortunate.
No, I'm glad. She's really, my sister is just, she's good at just talking to anybody. I think part of that too, having her stepsons in her life, these past 5 years of that really has though, just she's more open to meeting people and it's easier to make conversation. I feel like kids are such a conversation starter, and not saying like that's the only thing people talk about, but like when my sister met Aunt Barbara, for example, and they just immediately, Aunt Barbara's like, you have any kids? And she's like, yeah. And they have an instant conversation. And for me, it's just like, I don't. And people be like, you have kids? It's like, nope. You got dogs?
Yeah.
Like it's always that kind of awkward transition of like, I have pets, But yeah, the day of the wedding, it was interesting to, as you mentioned, our coworkers, of course, we had our LSM family there. Mm-hmm. I was so excited when I walked into cocktail hour and I saw the Furman fam. I was just like all stoked, and there's Cog and Jean, Ben and Emily are there.
Hogue.
Like
We had Hogues in the house.
Meeting the Hogues was awesome. Just having all these people mix and mingle, having my sister say like, who's that? And I'm pointing people out to her. It was just awesome. Colin got to finally meet my cousins who I talk a lot about, including Glon, who the name I always wanted to use that Colin has forbade. So, it just was though having and learning new things about family. For example, like my Uncle Brad, I had no idea he went to Northeastern. That came up.
Yeah,
during,
that was
like,
awesome.
Colin and I were talking to them.
Because
it's not something I ever knew.
Cool. Well, because they were talking to me about Massachusetts. They're like, and I'm like, they were talking to me like which I appreciate. Like, I don't know where things are. So they're like, oh, we're from Malden, which is like here. And I'm like, oh, I went to Northeastern. And then she were like, oh, and he's like, oh, I went to Northeastern. And I was like, oh, what year? And I think he said class of 81, which was cool. I'm like, I'm class of 2007. Cool. So that's cool. You don't meet very many people. I mean, a lot of people go to Northeastern, but you don't. I'm not. So I obviously know a lot that I went with, but I don't know very many people that you just randomly encounter that went there. That's actually Nate's wife, Angie, who I love and adore. She couldn't come because she was watching their 2 children, but she's awesome. She went to Northeastern Law School and she was there. She's a little older than me. And she went there when I was an undergrad. So I was always curious. I'm like, we must have encountered each other, which is so strange. I love that kind of shit. Love it. Those chance encounter stuff are things you wouldn't know. There's a picture going around today, actually, on Twitter of this like Chinese couple, I think it is. And this woman's like in the picture from like this past vacation she went to, but her husband now is in the background of the picture before they knew each other. And I'm like, that's so fucking weird, dude.
That's crazy.
Like that's so weird. Anyway, Mike, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, no. So it was. And that was just an interesting thing that I maybe would have never found out about Uncle Brad. He's just someone who's very humble, very kind. He's just not, he doesn't talk about himself a lot. So it never came up, where did Uncle Brad go to college? So it was just interesting, these different conversations that are happening because a new person is in the mix, right? Because Colin's meeting my family, now these conversations are happening, for example. And it was just really cool. And of course, yeah, we had, Rick and Sharon Hogue were able to be there, which was huge. Being able to meet Jean in person. These are people that we spend time with in this fashion doing the shows, but getting to actually meet them in person and then just seeing them interact. I was out on the dance floor a lot and I see Cog and Jean are at their table. They're having conversation. They're hanging out all night. Like, it really was just fantastic to see people mingling. I had friends from back home that, just sort of, you have like I don't want to say the random friend table, but when you're doing the seating chart and you try and put together people in groups that make sense. And of course, you kind of sometimes end up with like, here's a group of people that they're not related to each other by any means, but this is the last table, right? But everyone had a good time. Like, I was peeking over periodically in that table. They were having conversations. Everybody looked like they were content and happy. So that was something that stressed me out a little bit, was doing the seating chart, worrying about the politics of it all. I mean, it was just like, I wasn't going to consult anybody about it. I was just putting people together in logical ways. But it was a little nerve wracking to be like, I hope it's okay that, I put these people over here. And everyone seemed to have a good time. Everybody, as I was looking around the room, people were chatting, having fun. So No, it was a really awesome experience to have my family, your family, our friends all together. But it's a little sad when you do think about it in the context of that probably won't ever happen again, that we'll have all these people gathered from these various places. It is sad in that way, but it just makes it that much more special that we had it. That for that one night, we actually did have everybody together from all these different places, from many different states as well. No, it really was just like, I don't want to say a magical night because it sounds terrible, but it was.
It was an awesome.
It really was.
It was an awesome night. It was. That's why it's like I'm not about the cocktails. It's like I'm not hung up on that at all. Like it doesn't really matter. It's like if you're just making an honest assessment, but it didn't affect anything. It mattered because I honestly barely drank. I got 3 different old fashions, and I think I drank like a fraction of each of them because you put them down, and then I'm getting whisked away by someone else. I felt I had a ton of agita, as everyone knows, about talking to everyone and being present with everyone, and I think I did a really good job of that as well, by at least trying to not only touching tables and like connecting with everyone as a couple, but just like splitting off and just being like, I'm going to talk to each of these people and just thank them for being here and all of that, which was cool. So, Dustin, what do you have anything you'd like to say about this topic, either at the wedding or in your own life? I'm curious what you thought it was like to be. You're one of the circles of the Venn diagram, so or you're like the representative of one of those circles for sure.
I have a few different threads, specifically first with your wedding. One of the really funny crossover moments that happened was my mom, serial Snapchatter. She Snapchats family. She Snapchats her friends. She sent a Snapchat at the wedding just to her friends, and or something like that. Maybe it was like one of her skate groups or something. And one of them responded and said, "Why are you hanging out with gaming journalist legend Gene Park? What the fuck?" She was like, yeah, he's here. We actually drove down with him. She was like, her friend was like, what the hell? Like freaking out. So it was that was a really funny.
That's awesome
moment where, one of her friends was a big Gene fan. But yeah, this was fun, specifically at the wedding. The 2 crossover interactions for me that were really funny was, first of all, Dagan, PJ. I said this on one of the shows I recorded this week. PJ is somehow not what I expected at all, and exactly what I expected at the exact same time. But yeah, we were saying he was rocking the Magikarp shirt.
Yes,
very nice.
So
that reminds me of how I used to tell Kevin Coelho, kind of funny, that I both hated him more than anything and loved him more than anything at the same time, all the time. And it was
I
totally understand
Kevin
that
energy, kind of.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah,
it makes sense now, right, Dust?
Oh yeah, it makes total sense. So
his shirt was awesome.
It was.
Yeah, and he looked great. It was great to see him.
I spent Pokemon jewelry that could have been actual diamonds as well. I didn't ask him, but sometimes you got to have those lingering questions. Just it's part of the legend.
Yeah,
I don't even want to know.
He is a legendary
real.
figure. He's a legend. And yeah, we took a really great picture. He was kissing me on the cheek in the picture. It's a really nice picture. It was on Facebook.
I saw that picture. I love it.
Yeah, and he was a brother to me. I was explaining that a little bit to a few people, and I think that came up on the show actually. It's like, PJ was like a brother to me, especially after Dagan left. PJ kind of resumed that role in some way. Dagan left the island, I think, in '94. I was only on the island kind of half the time. And as we said, I never drove, as you guys know. So PJ used to do what we would call as holding you hostage, where like he would come and pick you up like on a summer day. And then you would be with him for the next 2.5 days because he wouldn't
until he was over.
Yeah, he was like, until I'm done with you. Like,
could have been an hour, could have been 3 days.
We're gonna fucking watch TV. My mom's gonna cook you dinner. You're gonna sleep over. We're gonna play Crazy Taxi.
It was like soft kidnapping.
Yeah, and,
for real.
And I'll bring you back when I'm ready to do that. Yeah, and you just couldn't do it. Because the only other choice was to call Dad, and Dad, I don't know if he would have been down. But I heard that they sold that house, by the way, which I was sad to hear. That was like. I lived there.
That was an institution.
Yeah, it was. It was really sad. But so, Dustin, anyway, we interrupted you. So go on. I'm sorry.
The other one, I was getting ready for the photo booth. And of course, I had to get the driving crooner set, which you can see on my Instagram. But as we was waiting for the people in front of us, I don't remember who it was. And a young man says to me, "Oh, you're going for the driving crooner. They're trying to make it look fake." I was like, "Oh, yeah." And then we were talking, and I was like, "Wait, who are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm Declan." I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, makes sense. That's my our oldest nephew.
So I was like, you're Actually, I think it was might be PJ in front of us, because I was just talking to PJ and I said, he's a legendary figure in the lore, and so are you now. Like, because I knew immediately. Oh, okay. So I don't know. Maybe he knew who I was, and that's why he was talking to me. I don't know. Isn't he was the one who was in the Discord, right?
Yeah, he was in the Discord. He's a senior in high school. He's going away to college. He unfortunately is choosing BU, I think, which I still can't get over.
Close.
Because Northeastern and BU are rivals. And I was like, that's fine. Apparently, I was telling Dagan on the way to the wedding, actually, that Dana blames it. I don't think they give a shit at all, but they just want him to go where he's happy or whatever. But it's like, he's like, we had a bad tour guide at Northeastern. And I was like, you motherfuckers. Like, I should have just gone and showed you all the sites. This is Whitehall, where Uncle Colin lived when he was a freshman. This is Willis Hall, where Uncle Colin lived when he was a sophomore. This is West Village A, where Uncle Colin lived when he was and then just make it all about me. And then I was like, do you want to go here? That's great, isn't it? I wouldn't even know my way around there anymore because there's so many new things there. I went there. The last time I was in Boston was for PAX in 2016. And I went and I just walked down there. And I was like, what the fuck happened here? It's only been 9 years and there's just all sorts of new shit. And I was sitting on a bench outside of one of the places I lived with my friend Doug. And I was like, man, I look like an old fucking asshole right now. Like, I'm just looking around like all these young, vibrant people. And I'm already just so, at that time, even I was torn down by life. I'm 39 now. Imagine me going back there. Hello, fellow kids. So Dustin, back to you.
Yeah. So those were the two fun parts at your wedding.
Nice.
But as you had said, when I got married nearly 10 years ago now, we were talking about that before we started rolling. Everything was pretty centralized at that moment in my life where, it was like, some school friends, some family, some of Holly's friends were together, and that was cool, but it wasn't as, different sections of life, kind of like you had with different eras. Cause really I had only had I was 21. So there just wasn't very many parts of my life to gather people from.
Right.
As far as that crossover feeling though, probably the moment recently I've had that the most was the Last Stand event in Butler, because it was a merging of my actual reality to my online and work reality, which those almost never cross over at all. Where for the most part around here, the guy, when I bought Mario Wonder, asked me if I was on Sacred Symbols. And that was maybe the second time that's ever happened.
Wow. Oh, really?
Ever. In Butler specifically.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, I've had 2 people so far ever ask me about that. So it's very, very separate. And I kind of like that because, when we go to events or we do events, then you can kind of turn it on where you can have that sort of fun interacting with people. But in my regular life, it's totally, very chill. No one knows what I do. My family knows what I do, but not really at the same time. So when we did the event in Butler, it was cool because all of you guys were there. So all my work people, our audience suddenly shows up in my hometown where we're walking around getting bagels that day. And there's a million people, pointing us out and seeing Dagan and stuff like that. And then just that mixture also with my at home friends, like particularly my friend Brandon was there. He was in the front row, him and his fiance, not at the time though, Lauren, were there. And then Jimmy was there too. And I'd never met him before. So it was this totally weird, like you said, that crossover where all these things are coming together. Listeners are meeting my parents and stuff like that. Just that's cool. And you get a little taste. I guess we get a little taste of that still, not quite to that degree where it's not my hometown, but being in person together for our company still feels like a world's mixing. Like at the wedding with seeing Hogue and having Gene there and Cog, it was very cool. I was so excited to meet Hogue. He was wearing a nice, red sweater. I just want to give him a big hug, and I did. And I was glad that we got to.
He's huggable, that guy.
Yeah.
He's very huggable, man.
What is it about him?
Absolutely.
It was great to see him.
So that's it for me.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were ending. I'm sorry. I interrupted you 17 other times. So the one time I don't interrupt you, you're done. That's interesting.
Well, I want to throw in too. This is one thing I forgot. I talk about Uncle Mike a lot when I talk about the family here when my dad's asking for updates, because Uncle Mike being like my football guy, and so we just talk about them a lot. So my dad was really stoked to meet Uncle Mike. And you guys saw my dad. He's 5'2", small peanut of a man. And Uncle Mike's this like big guy. So it was hysterical to see them together. But also my dad was like so amped to meet Uncle Mike. He's like, I walked right up to him. I was like, you're Uncle Mike. And he's like, it was like meeting a celebrity. And it was just, that was really good for me of just like seeing the family all get along. Cause there's a little bit of worry, right? Not that I was panicked that anyone would do anything egregious, but just like these are just two very different groups of people. We have our Italian and Irish Catholic families. We have my weird family. And I'm just like, how is everybody really going to like just get along super easily type thing? And they did. Like they really did. They talked football. It was a great time, but it was all those worries kind of melted away once I actually observed the reception and just saw people mixing together, and it was all fine.
Dave, where are you on this topic? Anywhere your mind wanders?
I was laughing when you emailed about it because I think I was saying to you via text maybe a couple of days before the wedding. We were joking around. I said, it's pretty cool that you and Micah are getting married, but what's very cool, the thing I'm really looking forward to is just all these legendary people coming together. It's like how many legends can fit in one wedding reception? I have to start by saying it really was a beautiful day. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Yes, it was a little hot, but I would trade that for rain any day.
Oh yeah.
Stunning venue. And you know what? Now that we're in sort of post-nuptial mode as a recap type thing.
I had a weird feel to it saying that, Dig. I don't know. Post-nuptial.
Post-nuptial clarity.
Well, now, you know what? It's washed over us now, right? So it's like, and I remember this being the same case a couple of decades ago for my wedding, the events in the rearview mirror, and you think back, like, how was it? All that planning, I know that energy. I really feel for Micah because it was the exact same thing with me and Helene. She did everything and I didn't even realize it. You know what I mean? It was like, it was only in retrospect that I realized, wow, she handled this entire thing.
Yeah, it's exactly what we talked about, right? In the car on the way there. I'm like, I didn't do anything.
If the day went swimmingly, I can't take an iota of credit for this, but here's the litmus test. And you guys came out and passed with flying colors. Everybody had an awesome time. Because listen, we've been to weddings that were kind of like mid, right? Mediocre. It was okay. People seem to have fun, I guess. But the positivity and the level of fun and just the vibes at your wedding, I mean, from soup to nuts. But once that wedding was in full swing, people were genuinely having a blast to a person. So it was one of the best weddings I've ever been to. I'm an old man.
From nuts to milk.
That says a lot.
It does. Dig, I made a nuts and milk joke. You didn't hear it, but Dig and I are obsessed with an obscure Famicom game called Nuts and Milk that we thought for years was like a ROM hack, but it's actually a real game.
Yeah, we thought it was a homebrew.
Because I was like, why is it called Nuts and Milk?
But it's actually a Famicom game, right?
Yeah,
interesting.
I see
very
this
weird.
Now.
Yeah,
it's you got to play it. Dust essential.
And Dig, I got to compliment you. I thought your speech was awesome. I really did.
Fantastic.
Oh, thank you. You know what?
It was really sweet.
Had fun with it. I joked with you, but it's it took me like 3 days to write because that's so digging. But I really think we have to shout out our brother-in-law Derek because I think his marrying you guys essentially was unbelievable. It was so good. In fact, I was afraid to follow him after he started off a little nervous, a little tentative. But by the time he was in full swing, like a minute in, and it was pretty long, I thought he did an amazing job. It was funny. It was really a nice mixture of salty and sweet. It was funny and it was emotional and it was touching and it was heartfelt and genuine.
Yeah, he told a story our brother-in-law Derek about who he's been around. Like we've known him forever because he started dating our sister Dana in 96 or 97.
Yeah,
something
long
like that.
time. Yeah.
And he tells this story about how like they broke up for like a little while when they were in college, and he called the house to try to get Dana's phone number because he didn't know how to get in touch with her, and he was expecting to get my dad and like how bad that was going to go for him or whatever, but he ended up getting me, and I was just like a little kid and I just liked him, and I was enthusiastic. And I'm like, yeah, here's Dana's number. Like, no problem at all. And he was like, now we have we have 3 kids, and like all of this might not have been here if Colin didn't answer the phone that day. To you. Yeah, which I thought was really sweet. And
it was an awesome story. And it was really cool because it really spoke to his relationship with you.
Yeah, because we are very close, he and I. And so it was
he's
great.
Nice. He's great people, and talk about another legend in the family. But you know what, I was thinking about this. I always had that energy of looking forward to everybody coming together. And like you said, Kyle, it's a wedding. Really, it's one of those life events where that really one of the only things that happens, at least like you said, counter to a funeral, where it's kind of the same thing, but it's a much different vibe. It's a much different atmosphere. But here's the cool thing about it. If you really dig down and think about it, each person getting married is kind of bringing in, it's kind of like 6 groups of people coming together, right? Because the groom has family, friends. The bride has family, friends. So it's 6 usually disparate groups coming together, which is a crazy energy. And when you think about it, almost has like, I was laughing at the wedding because I was like, this has a real Super Smash Brothers energy to it. Like, these people should not exist in the same universe, right? It's like Little Mac should not be fighting Bowser, but I need to see it, you know? And the whole thing now, in retrospect, now that it's happened, is the payoff was so awesome. Like, I think of, and mashups I wasn't even imagining. Like PJ and Hogue, they talked for like an hour and a half. I couldn't even get a word in edgewise. And I was so happy for them. PJ and Cog talked about Tekken for like 40 minutes. I mean, it was like ridiculous. I was like, can I hang out with my best friend? It's nice to see everybody. Can I hang out with my best friend for a few minutes? And it was like, like me and Jasmine, our sisters and Jasmine. I got to introduce Gene and Declan. I got to make that introduction because our nephew's he's going to be a journalism student. So I got to make that connection. I saw, really weird ones like that you wouldn't even imagine, like Gene and Aunt Joni, Ben and Ramon, Philly, Mikey and Dad, like me and Mr. Watson, which your parents are awesome. I had such a good time. Your mom is so interesting to me because I didn't get to really spend any meaningful time with her, but there's something about her that I could tell she's hilarious. And she was one of the people I was like, I need to hang out with her more because I could tell she's going to make me laugh. Like, she just has
a good sense of humor for sure.
Yeah, she has like a mischief about her. I'm like,
yeah.
There's something about this lady. We need to hang out, that type of thing. But it was, that's the thing. It was like, I was really looking forward to it. I was cognizant of it, but the payoff was so entertaining. Also, when you have that sort of all of those separate personalities, you don't know if everybody's going to hit it off. And I don't know if everybody hit it off to a person, but it seemed like it to me. Like, it seemed like everybody genuinely liked each other, which is kind of that's not a usual thing for close to 100 people, especially people coming together and joining forces from all these different universes. It was so cool, man. It was amazing. That kind of level of synergy you don't usually see. I think everybody just genuinely, authentically enjoyed themselves. And, I think that whole dynamic of, it's almost like, why don't we try to do this more? I guess that's why people have family reunions, which we never really did in our families. But I understand it, right? Because it's like especially when you have a buildup, like wait every 10 years, then it's going to be genuinely good to see everybody catch up. You actually have news to share.
Yeah, like Dana, our sister Dana's husband, Derek, that we were just talking about, his family does a family reunion every year, I think. And that I've always been there, and they go to that, and that's interesting. And I think Micah's mom's side does it.
How often do they do it, Micah?
So every August, generally, they had to skip a year for COVID, and it's usually hosted in North Carolina because that's where my Nana is originally from. Like, my mom grew up in Norfolk, but her mom is originally from North Carolina, and that's where the oldest relatives are. So we try to gather there specifically so less people have to travel. I have not gone to it because my mom's side of the family is huge. My mom had 4 brothers. Her dad had 3 families. My Nana was his 3rd wife. There's just a million of them.
Wow.
So I'm friends with a lot of her family on Facebook. We keep in touch that way, but it's overwhelming, like just how many people are in her family. So I love them from afar, but she invites me to the reunion every year, but I'm like, this is so much. It's just so much.
It's so smart though, because time goes so fast and you miss people. And then you realize,
Absolutely.
5 years just passed, 10 years just passed. And also the idea of a destination family reunion is very appealing. I mean, you have to get up, you have to take off from work, you have to take some volition, make plans, but I don't know. I don't know if our family could handle it. Honestly.
No. Well, I was also going to say, like, the Italian side doesn't really need it. If anything, they need like the anti-family reunion, like
let's make sure not to see each other.
Family disunion, just for like a year, It's I actually haven't. It was good to see everyone at the wedding too, just because we actually hadn't been seeing everyone as much as we usually do. Like, there's usually an event or like some birthday or some, I don't know, like every few weeks, and I feel like we hadn't really seen anyone in some time. But Dave, go ahead.
Oh, you mean like in Virginia?
Yeah, in
like
Virginia,
the Virginia side of family. And you know what, guys? I genuinely lost my voice, which I haven't done since I was 7 years old. I couldn't even record punching up the day after we got home. I got home in the evening. I stayed up all night with Mario Wonder, which was a mistake. And then I woke up in the morning and genuinely nothing was coming out when I talked. And I was like, this hasn't happened to me since I was in second grade. So, you're having a good time, right? I guess I was just talking all day. And we used to talking for a living, but yeah, I don't know, dude. I have to put it under my wedding. But I'll give it a number 2.
All right, that's fair enough.
Number 2.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. No, I'll totally take it. I just want to be above average. Like something.
Oh, dude, you were so worried. I bet you ask every person there. They're like top 5 weddings.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I
for sure.
Which that would be an honor to be a top 5 wedding for some people. Like.
Oh, I think that's definitely
because I've been to some crazy weddings. Like our friend Kevin, who couldn't be there because of work, but we went to Northeastern with him, and he was a good friend of mine and Ramon's. He married an Indian girl, and they had a traditional Indian wedding, and then the next day they had, which is a 2-day thing, and then they also fused that second day into like a Western style wedding. So the first day was like very Indian, and the second day was like very Western. It was really interesting.
I love that. Sounds fun.
That was memorable and probably really expensive, but that was sweet. And then it's funny, my friend Nate also married an Indian girl, but she's like much less traditional. In fact, I used to have to keep them straight, Natasha and Angie, because one of them is like more traditional Indian, where like she doesn't eat beef and like all that kind of stuff. And the other's like, and I'm like, wait, which one's which? And the wedding would help me focus on which one was like the more traditional Indian and which one was like the more, I guess, Western or Americanized Indian family. And that would help me keep things straight. Because I remember asking Natasha, who's the more Indian one, once, I'm like, so do you eat beef? And she's like, no. And I'm like, I don't know why I asked you that. I should know that, like weird stuff like that. But yeah. Oh, Dig, by the way, you'll find this funny. I have to say this before we move on, and anyone else can get in. Is I had an address that I was going to read, like, because I had like, I just wanted to address everyone. It's like, Micah did all this hard work. We paid for it. Like our parents didn't help with it, which is, they were very generous with their presence. So it's kind of like, helps counteract things in some way, but I wanted to at least have that moment of being like thanking everyone for being there, like what I would assume the person who put it together would do or whatever. But 2 things happened that had me shelve my own address, as you guys saw me take it out, and then I put it back. One thing was the address was structured around a few people that were going to be there that I was happy to see on the mend, and it was going to be Hogue and Cog, and it was going to be Gene. And then literally the day before he came out to the wedding, he had found out that he had lung cancer, right? Again, or cancer again, but it's lung cancer this time. Right. And I didn't have time to rewrite or rethink the speech. So that was like one thing where I was like, all right. So, cause I was going to be like, I want to thank everyone for being here, but I really want to note that we have a few, attendees that had some health problems recently and how wonderful it is to see them. But it's like, I can't say that now because Gene, because of the situation with Gene. But,
I gotcha.
But then, so I was like, all right, maybe I can work around that. But then it was just me, you, I think it was me, you and Dad and Nate downstairs when I was getting ready. I'm like, I have this joke in my speech about how it's like, this will be the only time before my funeral that all these people are together again. and how I hope it also acts as a reminder that please don't make sure that I'm not buried, but rather cremated. And it was going to be all about the delivery. And then Dad said something like, "What's the joke? Like where's the joke or whatever?" And I'm like, "Fuck." So
no, you should have done it though, because I was disappointed that you didn't.
I still like it.
So because of those two reasons, I'm like, well, that's like 2/3 of it. So now I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. So that's why I just put it back, because it was just like, oh, thanks for everyone for being here, kind of thing. So that was, so I wanted to I had to tell that story because I don't think I was
wondering why I asked I guess we were eating cake, and I was like, is he going to do? Because I knew you had the cards, you had the color.
Yeah, you guys killed my confidence.
And I was, that's what I understand the thing with Gene and just the sensitivity of that.
Yeah, that was like one, me getting hit once, and then the other time when the joke didn't land, but I don't think I really delivered it because I was just explaining it, but nonetheless, it killed my confidence.
Knocked both your legs out.
So I was like, I can't do it.
But you're very good at speaking, on the spur of the moment. In fact, for all my efforts with that fucking stand-up routine in Houston, all the YouTube comments were like, Colin killed it with this thing. I'm like, he didn't even fucking write that. Are you kidding me? As it was happening, I was like, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Like just a natural showman when he needs to put it on. So,
well, thank you.
So I think you operate fine, if not even better like that anyway.
Well, because it's the whole George like get out on top thing too, where I was kind of measuring it. I'm like, well, everyone liked the thing. I was sweating, but no one seemed to mind. The pictures are really good. The food's good. People are enjoying themselves. The vows went well. I'm like, don't even. That's why that was all going through my head when I was like, I don't need these, and I put them back in my pocket because I'm like, I'm just going out on top. Momentum. I don't need to go. I don't want to tell a joke or go down a road where it's like fucking. You can hear clattering of silverware or whatever.
Although I had a similar thing of our guest book was this like pumpkin shaped frame. You write your name on a leaf, you put it in the frame. I originally wanted one that was shaped like a coffin, but my sister was like, I think it's too much. Because our wedding's a couple days before Halloween. I liked it a lot. And that was my kind of thing that was like, oh, maybe it is too much. Because I was dead set on getting this coffin that said till death do us part. I thought it was really cute. And then she was like, it's a little morbid, especially since Aunt Betsy died last year. And it's like, okay, now you got me. Because then Uncle John's going to be there and one of the kids is going to be there. Like, all right, maybe we shouldn't be throwing our names in a coffin. But I wanted it.
I wouldn't have minded. You know me, coffin. I wouldn't have minded.
I thought that was really cute. I thought that was
the pumpkin was cute. Thank you.
That was so cute. So let me describe it to people because I want to roast our sister Dana real quick. I don't know if you guys know about this story with the pumpkin.
No.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're going to say. I do know this. Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what happened?
Yeah. I'll let you.
And then I have to roast myself because I have something to do with it too, which is not very cool, but it wasn't intentional. So they had this plexiglass pumpkin with a slot on the top hanging on the wall. So the idea was take a little leaf, I guess it was like a little wooden or plastic leaf, and sign your name.
Wooden.
Or make a little message, wooden. And then you put it on the top and it drops in. So all these fall leaves are stacked inside this plexiglass pumpkin. And then the idea is you guys are going to hang it up at some point, right? So
then we burn it to the pagan gods.
Oh,
I guess Dana, for some reason, thinks it's magnetic. So she writes what she wants on the leaf. And then she's trying to, instead of putting it in the slot on the top, she's trying to stick it to the and I'm watching her do it. I'm watching her literally go like this over and over again. I'm like, what is she doing? And then somebody comes over and I'm right next to her. Somebody comes over and is like, oh, it might have been, was it you, Micah? Somebody comes over and is like, oh no, that goes in the top. And then she's kind of embarrassed. And she's like, she turns to me next beat and she's like, why didn't you tell me? I watched her do it for 20 to 30 seconds. I was just like, I was fascinated.
That's good stuff. Yeah, you told me that I think at some point during the wedding that had happened.
It was so fun.
That rules.
And then she caught me telling somebody the story, which was also doubly embarrassing. She's like, "Oh, that was funny." And I was like, "God damn it, you weren't supposed to hear that story."
Micah, were you saying something?
No, I was just laughing because when Dagan said, was it you that said it? I was like, no, I had no idea that this happened. We had our own almost mishap though of we are waiting in the wings for it to be announced into the reception. All right. So the lady said, stand here until they call your names. And then Colin goes, I'm going to go find Nancy. And he's about to like take off into the reception hall. I'm like, no, like you're going to ruin it. We're waiting for our entrance. He's like, oh, my bad. It was so funny though, because he's just like, I just want to go find Nancy real quick. I was like, no, don't.
What did
like,
I need her for?
We're doing something.
It's interesting. I wonder what I would.
You were going to ask if she had any photos of something specific.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember, but you were like, oh, I just want to see if she took any photos yet.
I misunderstood.
And I was just like, I'm doing something.
When we
please.
Walked in, I almost went the wrong way around the pillar.
Oh, we did, because my sister had, I showed it to my sister. Dustin sent me the video of our entrance, which was perfect. It was to the Seinfeld theme, but it was perfect because we did start to walk the wrong way. And then you see us kind of like whip around. It was just very Kramer. Yeah. Like my sister's like, that's such a Kramer thing that like sense. You're walking into this music and like you guys go the wrong way. You come back around. I said, no, I'm so glad that Dustin had that video.
Yeah, it's just funny.
It was funny.
It's funny too that we could put that over this maybe if we have it. But
it's hilarious.
Yeah, Dustin's got it.
Oh, okay, cool. It's interesting because I think the vibe I got from the people that were planning the wedding and like the people that were with us that worked there, the photographers, like everyone was, like I said, super sweet. And I really do think part of it was that Micah and I simply didn't give a shit about really we only wanted the outcome to be fun. We didn't care about anything as far as like the little things. And what you could tell was that they dealt mostly with micromanaging women, which is fine. That, like, for instance, Micah would tell the story about how they were like, how do you want the floral arrangements on the tables and stuff? And it's like, I don't know. You're the professional. Like, what do you think?
Bridezillas.
What the hell do you want from me? You know?
Right.
And I think they just kind of got that vibe from us.
Like
the photographer said something along the lines of, I was like, you're really friendly. And she was like, I kind of just vibe off the people's like attitudes about like the situation at hand, basically. And you guys just don't really seem to be very worried about anything. And I'm like, well, we're really not, because I can see like going in the wrong way or having that weirdness coming in or whatever. It's like some bride running out crying about that. It's like, what are you going to do? Like, who cares? You know?
Yeah, it was funny. That was the whole thing. It was just like, it was a fun day.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, when I dropped off the decor, I only had like 4 bags of stuff. Half of that was just like the favors for people. And they were like, this is all your stuff? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, we had somebody last week bring 3 carloads of stuff. Like, we really did just make it so easy for them. Like, and then also they saw some of the funny stuff. Like our cake topper was little Boston Terriers. The seating chart had a picture of Chris Hansen on it. I mean, like, we just were weirdos. Mm-hmm. And I think it was probably the easiest wedding they ever did.
Yep. I came down the aisle to The Heat Is On by as well, which was fun. Yes. And you did the Downton Abbey theme, which was wonderful.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was a great conversation starter. Sharon Hogue was like, I feel like we're friends already, the fact that you would use the Downton song. And we ended up having a great conversation about Downton. Like, here's somebody I've never met before. And now we're just chatting away about Downton Abbey. It was awesome. It just ended up being conversations over a couple people who were like, was that the Downton theme? Like, you know, it worked out.
I love you, Mr.
Everything
Bates.
worked out great.
And I don't care who knows it. All right. That's really all I have for my topic. I just wanted to, I guess I just wanted to reiterate at the end. It was a great honor, really, to have people show out like that for me. I did feel really loved, and I don't put myself out there very much. I don't know where that comes from. Certainly like the fear of rejection, but I never really even process it like that. I just don't put myself out there, like in that way. And I never really thought about why. And it was cool to do that. It was just really great to see people. And shit, I met one of my friends, Mike, who's what I always bring up is my G.I. Joe Consigliere, who is a close friend of mine now. I met for the first time at the wedding, the night before, because we had some drinks at the bar together, and it was cool. And he and I became boys because he's just this Italian guy from Philly. He's wonderful. His wife's awesome. Really nice. He's a really sweet guy. And it's like, we just, all these universes connected, and it was very cool, and it will never happen again. And what my joke was going to be was, that will be it until the funeral. Please make sure that they don't bury me in a casket. And then I think Dagan or Dow was like, what is the joke? And I'm like,
I liked it. I liked the joke.
We'll save it for the anniversary party.
Yeah, we'll have an anniversary party.
We'll save it for the anniversary party.
Oh, postscript, Micah. We have to tell, or you guys will appreciate this. So we stay at the Jefferson. People should go look it up. It's a wonderful hotel. I highly recommend it. You don't want to stay there for more than like a day or two because it's mega expensive. But it's like, if you want to do something nice in Richmond. So to give everyone a little history, Richmond was the capital of the Confederacy during the Civil War. And it got completely shellacked during the Civil War, completely leveled, fucked up, destroyed. And in that Reconstruction period and afterwards, beautiful buildings started going back up, and old buildings. And the Jefferson is one of those buildings. I think it went up in the 1890s. And it ended up being kind of like the center of, at that time, like a recovering Richmond nightlife and kind of like high society scene. And Richmond's a pretty working class city. It's got pretty affluent suburbs, but it's not like Philip Morris was one of the big companies here, obviously, and others. And things are just different here now. So it's kind of, it doesn't really have much of an industry or whatever. So it doesn't really demand like a lot of mega nice stuff. So the Jefferson is like one of the remnants of like a very nice place. And so we wanted to just stay there overnight, like, because it's our wedding night, and just spend the money and hang out and do that. And we stayed there on the night that I asked Micah to marry me too. So it's like got a little bit of a history for us too. So we go there, we check in after the wedding, like we have like a town car bring us to this place. We go, we get everyone. It's really cool. It's actually very memorable. We're walking in and our stuff, everyone's congratulating us. That's like in the lobby and there and stuff. And like, and looking at how beautiful Micah was that night. I mean, it was incredible. People complimenting on her and her dress. I think a couple women stopped and were like going on and on about your dress and all of this.
It was very sweet.
And we check in, we go and drop our stuff off. And then I'm like, let's just go to the bar like this and just hang out. It's like kind of emptying out. There's a really wonderful restaurant at Jefferson called La Mer. But the nightlife in Richmond is a little different, where things like really start to wind down. Like you can stay up and drink until 2 or whatever, but like you can't get food late and stuff like that. So it's like 10:30. We go down to this like bar outside of La Mer, which is just this nice upscale lounge, and people congratulate us. And we're sitting in the corner. In fact, the same corner that we sat in after I asked Micah to marry me, in the room, like right before we went down and sat at this table. And so it was the same table, and that was cool. And then we have these series of interesting encounters with people.
Yes.
So the weird one, and the one that kind of set everything in the motion, was there was this dude. Well, Micah, you can talk about this guy a little bit. You'll appreciate this.
All right. There's this, we have to start. There was another married couple there. All right. Because we saw them first, and like they were sitting like in the other section of the bar. They were leaving. And like they were like, oh, you guys also got married today. It was very cool to like meet another couple that like just got married. They're also staying at the Jefferson. This man at the bar then comes up to us and said, I took a picture of them. Do you want me to take a picture of you guys? And we were like, oh, yes, thank you. He takes our photo. And then he was like, yeah, I got divorced. My wife, it was like, 29 years, left me for another man. I work in finance and I'm very busy. I'm always gone. And he's like, she just up and left me for another man. And Colin was like, ha.
Yeah.
Because like, what the hell do you say? And the guy was like, mad.
Oh,
like,
no.
And then there's this
like,
other
he like
lady.
looked at me almost. I'm like, my reaction was basically like, whoa.
Well, yeah.
Like that was kind of like,
what do I say? Like, what do I say besides like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm here. I just got married. And then this other lady, plastered, very sweet, but she's like, come here. She's motioning me to go sit with her. And she's like, don't listen to that guy. I've been married 10 years. She's like, I'm wasted. I've been married 10 years. My husband and I, we love each other. I hate him sometimes. I do, but we're celebrating our anniversary. She's like, don't listen to that guy. You listen to me. And like, she's also wasted, but in a very different way. It was just it was a weird series of events.
Strange.
But it was awesome. Like, it really was awesome. But like, yeah, that guy.
Because then we had to get away from her a little bit. Like,
because when she wanted us to sit with her and her husband. Her husband was trying to leave. And then they're trying to have us sit with them. We ended up, though, our food arrived because we did order like a burger and fries. They had that.
And we just split it. Yeah.
And so the waitress looked at us as we're sitting at this other table. And the lady was like, oh, you can bring it over here. And I kind of looked at the waitress and just was like, nodded at the table, like, put it down. And so she said it at our table, and I was like, "We're gonna go. Thank you so much." Because it's like I don't know.
They brought
you.
us around because the husband, I think, was much more sober and felt like she was bothering us though. Like he was, and she really wasn't. She was sweet. She was just, and she really did save us from this other guy that was even worse. And then, and the bartender, I was actually talking to Micah about it. I was like, I love the high level, just knowing Eric and like the way and talking so much about weird things in bars and stuff. And Dustin might even know this from his time bartending too, is like, I was just really fascinated. The bartender was like just talking to this guy and keeping him engaged and like keeping him away from other people, like managing the situation. Which I thought was kind of high level. And then when we were leaving, another married couple came in, and the bride hugged me, and the guy shook my hand, and everyone exchanged their pleasantries. And so it was interesting. We met 2 other couples that got married that were in their regalia. And then we had the drunk couple in the corner that saved us from the weird guy. And that was kind of like the nightcap. And then we went upstairs and immediately ordered Jimmy John's and watched SportsCenter. And that was it
was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. It was a great night. And then we woke up, ordered room service. Micah, I didn't get anything. I don't really eat in the morning, but Micah got like this really nice French toast with compote and all this kind of stuff. And then I ended up eating some of that as well. And then we got out of there. We went home, saw the pups. We had a few people over the next day, watched football. Jets won. And
did you drive, Micah, or did you guys Uber?
No, we Ubered.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah, my sister picked me up in the morning. We went to the venue for hair and makeup. But yeah, I didn't drive that day at all. So
good.
Which is great.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I was saying before we were even recording that I'm trying to manage what would be most linear with the rest of our topics. I think yours makes sense the next, Dustin. So
okay,
we'll go to you.
Yeah. So I was trying to figure out what my perspective on this was, since I wasn't, we had to travel in. That was kind of a big part of the experience. And so what I presented was the idea of the road trip. And I know that's like not really wedding-esque, but it's basically a framer for me to tell you guys about us traveling down, and then we can expand it, because I know Dagan had to travel down for the wedding as well with his family. So I'm very well traveled when it comes to going from Butler down to Alexandria, Virginia, and then even down to Richmond, because I've done that quite a few times at this point. And this trip in particular was more fun because we had company on the road, where we had Ben and Emily ride down with us. And then we also had Frisk, of course, in the car, because we left her at my parents' house, where one of my mom's friends watched her. So,
oh, cute.
It made me realize the big thing about road trips is that having Ben and Emily made it feel on the way there so much shorter, where it's approximately about a 4.5 to 5 hour drive. But we were just, talking the whole time there. And it's not that when Holly and I go by on our own that we're not talking, but it's different. I talk to her all the time, so it doesn't exactly pass the time the same way. And I really noticed too, just because we were traveling to Chicago for Jimmy's wedding a few weeks prior. And that's I think that was 6 or 7 hours. So it was a longer drive. But it's funny how, in addition, is that with my 3 major trips was Japan, Chicago, Richmond. And I had it in the right order, because once you do a 16-hour plane ride, everything else was super, super easy. So yeah, traveling down, we had a nice time. There's a specific Sheets that we always stop at in Breezewood, Pennsylvania. I wonder if anyone knows the Breezewood Sheets, a very specific place. We always stop. They have a nice grassy area that you you can take the dogs and have them walk around and stuff. But
the grassy knoll.
The grassy knoll. Yeah, that's where the dogs hang out.
That's where they're firing shots, firing shits.
That's right. So yeah, the other big thing about this road trip in particular was, once we got to DC, we got to hang out. We spent the night both, we were at my parents' house. Ben and Emily stayed there as well. We went to a nice ramen place that also had curry, and it was themed. It had, One Piece characters on the wall. I tricked everybody into going there. It was fantastic. But then the big highlight was the next day we went and picked up Gene and had him with us for a little bit. So that was actually I should have brought this up in the crossing, World's Crossing, where it was us hanging out at my parents' house, and Gene was there. And it was just, weird in a good way, where it's this is not the person that should be in this environment, but here they are, and we're hanging out and having a good time.
Gene is taller than I thought he was, by the way, too.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was struck by that.
He's got to be 5'11", maybe.
Yeah.
5'10", 5'11",
right.
6 feet, maybe even.
Yeah, it comes off a bit racist. Assume Gene's a little shorter. I don't know.
Yeah, I told him the same thing. I guess, I mean, does it have a racial component to it? I suppose maybe it does, but I don't mean it in a racist way.
We were joking about that.
Yeah, that I said that to him, and that he thought it was, and that it was.
He was like, "What? Asian? It's be shorter." No, he wasn't obviously upset about.
Yeah, I guess you just have like these. It's not even a preconceived notion. I just don't even think in pictures I've seen of him that he came off as tall. Like usually you can kind of like glean. It's like those weird guys like on 4chan or whatever, where they figure out how tall a person is by like, they're holding their iPhone and then they stack the iPhones on top of each other and it's that many iPhones and they're like, this person's fucking 5'8" and he's lying about his height on Tinder and let's go ruin his life or whatever, that kind of shit. He just came off as a shorter. So when we met for the first time, that's like immediately what I was drawn to is like, we're basically the same height. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, when we were talking about that,
I didn't mean to be racist towards Asians.
We were saying that, we can be racist towards Dagans because we think Dagan has tall energy. When you meet him and you talk to him, you're like, oh, this guy's a tall, lanky guy. And then you meet him and you're the same as me, Dag.
I'm not tall.
Yeah, I think are we all like pretty much exactly the same height?
I don't know. Let's change the topic.
Oh, well, hey.
Let's not talk about that.
That was an awesome.
I think we're pretty close. we're pretty close.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
I do get that a lot though. I get like, people try to, sugarcoat it. They try not to be so blatant, but they're telling me that I'm supposed to be taller and you're pretty short. And something's not translating with the screen. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I always think of it too.
Oh, God.
I was just going to say, I get that too, but it's not bothersome because like, it's not an insult to be a short woman.
Right.
Like I've had people, because I do appear, I am like kind of lanky, and I have had people say that, oh, I thought you'd be taller. The reality is like, no, but I'm also not bothered by it because I'm a girl. And it's like, well, I'm not supposed to be, 7 feet tall.
Why do you think I'm taller? Because I'm black? Is that what you wanted to say to them?
Oh my goodness.
Wish I was taller. Wish I was a baller. But Dag, the thing about, I feel like our height is that it's just enough that I personally don't feel self-conscious about it because it could have been worse. It could
be worse. You know what the thing is with me, Dust? We may have talked about this before. On my driver's license, I'm 5'10". So let's say when I went for my driver's license late, I was 19. So at some point, I lost probably an inch, and that's disconcerting. Because at one point, apparently, I was.
That is disconcerting.
Down there, I didn't lose a damn thing.
That's where it went.
Yeah.
That's where that missing inch went. I believe that. Yeah, Dad always tells the stories about how I was really concerned that I was going to be short when I was a kid. Because I didn't grow until late. Like I probably was even growing in college. But I was stuck late for a while, and I was like, I just, in my mind, I'm like, I can't afford to be short. Like, I got to have something, I have to have something. And then I finally grew, and I'm 6 feet. Although I think I'm what I would consider like a borderline 6 feet. I haven't even measured myself in years. It's probably like 5'11" 3/4 or something like that. A fraudulent 6 foot.
You're really that good height because there's nothing freakish about it. But it's you're going to be taller than, for our sake, right? We're heterosexual. You're going to be taller than most women.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing.
Exactly. And there's something freakish about me, but it's not that. It's not the size of my body.
It's not that size. It's a different size.
It's a different size.
Yeah.
And freakish in a good way. I want to be.
Yeah, it's those Beauty and the Beast feet.
No, I don't understand. Micah is like upset. No, yeah, right. Yeah,
It's very specific. At the end of Beauty and the Beast, when he transforms into a man and his they show like the feet, like the man feet, but Colin's feet look just like that. Like he has Beauty and the Beast feet. Like, I don't mean like the Beast's feet. I mean like when he's got man feet, and like they're just like it. They're just like it. I'll put it in the Discord because I think I saved a picture of it. But he's got. Oh yeah, no, I'm sending it to the Discord right now. And Colin's feet look just like
Micah
it.
Does that. To go back to Gene for a second, I felt like Gene has a very similar sort of body type to you, Kyle.
Yeah, he does.
I think he's very similar build.
He's my Asian brother.
Very similar. Yeah, same. That's I was surprised because I was expecting Gene to be more my size, and yeah, he's a stunning specimen. That one.
Yeah, he's handsome. He's smart. He's got it all, handsome. Really. Dressed
to the nines. He's suave. He's got the charisma going. He's got the whole thing.
He's wonderful. He's wonderful. I was so happy I was happy for him to be there because I know that he also has the mentality of like which I really respect about him, of looking for and embracing distraction, of like going about your business. Because I feel like smart. I would be different. And so I really respected that, and I really, really appreciated that. I mean, it was very appreciated. He ruined my speech, but it was appreciated.
Yeah.
Dagan did too, though. Right.
We had a interesting, I didn't know, it was funny. I meant to say this to him, but I didn't know when we picked him up if you wanted to talk about it at all. But no, he was much like us, where it's like very honest. Like he was making jokes about it too. Like, just like, like you said, willing to embrace it. He told me, he was like, yeah, this being with everybody was super energizing for him. And that's what he posted on Twitter as well. It's just that I'm happy that, together we could all do that for him. So, definitely. But yeah, as far as other road trip stuff, to just kind of broaden it out, the thing that I am particularly annoyed about, and this is kind of a side note, and then we can relate it to the wedding, or particularly for you, Dag, I'm curious about your trip down, how it's probably so different with a family of people. But
by the way, it can go in any direction you want. We don't have to say relegated to the wedding.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, let me complain then for a moment. Tolls. Fucking tolls. What are we doing here? Okay. I think, okay. So the way that we're paid, or at least I'm paid, is that I have to save all my tax money throughout the year and then pay it all in one lump sum. Yeah, it's good. Too. It's good for people. Everyone should do this, or at least know how much you pay, because it changes your perspective on what you should expect from the country. And here's the thing, dude, driving to Chicago, tolls. Dude, it was probably, I want to say $60 each way in just tolls.
That's crazy.
I think that's right.
That's wild.
And it's like, oh, hey, you want to go on this fucking bridge? We need some money for that. It's like, what is all this money going to that we're all spending? What is it? What's going on with it? Oh, they're private roads. Fuck off. I don't care. It's one of those things where it's just like some of these, I'm like, what are we doing? Why is it so expensive? And now in Pennsylvania, too, Dag, if you don't have an easy pass, so this stupid thing that they want you to stick on your windshield, it's like, oh, it's convenient. They just take a picture and they bill you, but it's also going to be 50% more, something like that.
That's crazy.
Which started with COVID, and they kept it.
Oh, yeah, because they make more money that way.
Yeah, because usually it was pay at the toll or have an easy pass. Now it's nobody ever stops. You have an easy pass or you don't pay, we'll bill you by mail. They have a credit agency associated, I think a Chicago-based credit agency associated. So if you don't pay within 30 days, it actually affects your credit. This was initially a thing because they didn't want people manning the toll booths during COVID. But it became so lucrative statewide that they just never peeled it back. So now it's like everybody thinks it's cool. I don't have to stop. I don't have to do anything. It's like a free thing. No, it's not free. They're going to get you. And you know what I mean? If that's why I just have an easy pass, even though it's a ripoff. Because the alternative is just ridiculous.
If you're using it regularly, I just almost never use the toll roads. I don't need to for where I'm going, or down to Virginia. I don't need to, but the one other thing I'll say just about road trips, what I love, the best part, of course, is the tunes playing, figuring out what you're going to listen to on the way. I have very vivid memories of my dad, who is like through and through probably the number one music lover that I know. And he had, I don't know if you guys remember these in the 90s. It was like the CD flap that went on the mirror on the,
on your visor.
Yeah,
but the visor. Yeah. But here's the thing. My dad, one was not good enough. No. Not just for the driver. You had to have one on the passenger side as well. So you could have double the amount of CDs. And the one album that he always had on any road trip, this is a Furman road trip essential, was the greatest hits of the Cars. If you guys like that band, Just What I Needed, just like that, Best Friend's Girl.
Nice.
So we always listen to the Cars on any road trip. And I always, to this day, try to at least play a few on any type of trip. And then, of course, you guys heard about the notorious pop punk emo playlist that I played for Gene and Ben, who had very little reaction to it. And honestly, I'm a little upset by it. Gene once commented, he was like, "Oh, Jimmy World, this is my generation stuff." It's like, okay, cool. But that was it. You know, I was kind of trying to hype it up for a few weeks. And then, I mean, we are talking about Ben here, which, you know, he could look like he's having the worst day of his life and he's ecstatic on the inside. So that's part of it. That's how Ben is. He's just going to have no reaction.
That is true. I just don't know. I don't know with him.
True.
He's told me that. He's like, yeah, people look at me and they'll ask why I'm in a terrible mood and I'm having one of the best days of my life. So maybe that was part of it. Gene, a little harder to read, but, you know, I feel like the pop punk playlist was good. People are asking me to share it and I won't. I don't need a bitch in my ear telling me what song should or should. Colin, you're okay. You recommended a few.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't need people saying, what about this? Why'd you put this song? That's not pop punk. No, this playlist is for me. So anyway, enough complaining for me. Dag, so like going on road trips down with the whole fam, because I'm sure it's evolved through depending on how old your kids are, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. It is changing. It's definitely changing. I mean, for road trips, when the kids were little, honestly, there was always the energy of I was much harder to deal with than the kids in traffic, long drives, any kind of, you know, anything that happened along the way, flat tire. I was not very well behaved on road trips. I was way too irritable. I'm getting a little better with that. The kids have always been, my two, I'm just lucky. They've always been pretty good in the car. I mean, I was going to start this by saying to Colin and Micah, what better expression of love could there be than driving Interstate 95 between Philadelphia and Richmond twice in 3 days? That drive is so bad that when I get home, my first thought is, oh my God, I don't have to do that for a while. Always. It's white knuckle. I like to drive. I honestly like to drive. My biggest beef with driving is other people on the road. Like if the roads were clear, that would be my number one hobby. I would just be driving all over the place, you know, but it's so dangerous. I think and the point's driven home because our stepdad, Larry, got in a really bad accident on 95, I guess around Fredericksburg or Williamsburg.
Yeah. Something like that.
Just a short time ago.
Yeah, really bad.
And, you know, he was going very fast, got in an accident that was the other person's fault. Fortunately, he was okay. But, you know, it's scary when you think about things like that. But that ride is pretty hairy. But you know what? It's not, the payoff is getting to see everybody. And the light at the end of the tunnel is Helene and I are almost certainly going to move somewhere south at some point, not too far away, like within the next 10 years. So that's something to look forward to also. But there's a couple of different branches I want to explore with this, Dust, because just the idea of the road trip brings a couple of things to my mind. First of all, it's kind of sad, but also kind of cool. I haven't gone on a road trip with anybody, like a car ride even, more than 30 or 40 minutes, probably, with anybody except my usual crew of four. You know, the big four, the four of us, my squad, my two kids and my wife. But we're a really good, I don't think of this even in the moment, but thinking about it now, we're a pretty good crew for road trips. Like we just got it. We're pretty, and we hang well together. I think we get along. We know the rhythms, right? Who's going to need to stop? How often do we do the bathroom breaks? What does everybody like to eat? We know the vehicles. It's usually Helene's car because it's bigger. You know, how often do we have to stop for gas? And we get around. You know, just in the last few years, South Carolina, Tennessee, Outer Banks, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, we drive. You know, we drive around and we go on different trips. Those are all separate trips that I just named. And I kind of enjoy it. And the thing is, this is timely for us because we're starting to come down to the wire now of being a realistic plan. We're going to drive cross country from Philly all the way to California, probably Northern California. So that's kind of exciting too. And I think we're ready. I think we have that road trip chemistry, the four of us. But I lament, there's something about the idea, and I wasn't thinking about this honestly, Dustin, until you emailed the topic, because I used to go in college every summer. So 4 different summers, probably from 94 through 98. We always went on a road trip together, which was 3 of my core friends. And there was always 2 kind of interchangeable, extraneous people in the mix. But we would always, college breaks, some of us went to art school. My other best friend was in BU at the time for his undergrad. We would converge in Philly, and then we would drive somewhere. So, and it was always a skateboarding trip. So we would drive to St. Louis. We would drive down to Nashville. We drove to Atlanta a couple of times. And the road trip with friends, so fun. I mean, we were younger then. The hijinks were a little different. But there's something about now going on 50. It's like, I could use a little bit of that, like friend road trip energy. It would be a little more of an old man vibe now. And not just for skateboarding, but just to go somewhere with people, with just friends and not family. I just think it would be different than the road trips I do with this clan over here. So I'm starting to think about that. Like, wouldn't it be cool for me and Colin or PJ's in the mix, my friend Colin's another guy, people that you could be in the car with for a long period of time and not throttle each other, that type of thing. So now I'm starting to think about, wouldn't that be a cool vacation? Because you could do the thing of, okay, let me get the boys together and go to Vegas, take a flight out for a few days. That's cool. I like that too. But there's something about the road trip which also has me embracing that motorcycle energy. I know I talk about that sometimes, but just being on the open road, a couple of your boys spiriting that whole Akira thing, like let's go on a road trip. Let's all get bikes and just go somewhere, that even if it was like what you and I did, Kyle, a few years ago with Dad, it was more than a few years ago now, but we just went out to Eastern Long Island, went out to Montauk.
Mm-hmm. That was awesome.
Well, not a huge road trip, but just somewhere that's just getting away with some of the people you care about. I kind of love that, the idea of that. And the road trip is interesting with my family with the music, because now that the kids are 13 and 16 and they have their devices and their phones and their AirPods, they are self-sufficient and they don't complain about what's on. Here's the thing though. Helene and I can't listen to music together on the radio because they're bothered by the sound coming in. So even if we sector them, Helene drives a modern car. Even if we sector the music to just the front of the car, they still complain that they could hear it. So Helene and I are left to conversation because they bellyache. That's the only thing my kids bellyache in the car. It's not, we've always been very lucky with that. It's not the constant restroom breaks. It's not the, are we there yet? It's not, can we listen to this or can we listen to that? It's just, we want to be left to our own devices type thing. They're past the age of watching movies in the car, which is kind of cool. They don't need to be constantly entertained by us, but they're awesome. I mean, I've been sitting in bumper to bumper traffic with them. So to give you guys a little bit of context, it probably takes about 4 hours, no traffic, between Philly and Richmond. Or I should be more specific and say suburban Philly, where we live, and suburban Richmond, where we're heading all the time, and back and forth. So 4 hours on average with traffic, 5.5, 6 hours is understandable. We've sat in traffic over the years since you guys have been down there, Kyle, probably for 12 hours. Our worst trip was probably 12 hours. And I could tell you, my kids were little ones sitting in bumper to bumper traffic, no signs of hope, just like we're in this for another 8 hours, let's just grin and bear it type thing. And I was the one that I think Helene wanted to kill. And I have been threatened. I always talk about that time I got Helene so angry. Now, this is mild-mannered, sweet Helene that I've known for almost 30 years that I've probably heard curse 20 times over that time. She once threatened, and she says she was joking, but she wasn't. I once got so bad on a road trip that she told me she was going to open the door and push me out and catch me by my foot. So I dragged along the ground. That's how irritated I got Helene. And then, in that moment, she kind of caught herself and tried to make it a joke. But no, she was authentically going to murder me, I think. So that's the whole thing with the road trip. I think I'm getting better, but we also have a strategy. I don't know if you did this, Dust, to go down. Well, you go between Western Pennsylvania and Virginia pretty often because of your parents now.
Yeah.
But we do employ this strategy of Thursday night. We're heading down Thursday night, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. We got the Easy Pass, mostly 95. We could go in the Easy Pass only lanes that are just, that's like that whole bit skirting DC. Those express lanes are 30, 40 miles long. They're awesome. They're expensive, but it's totally worth it. We always get caught though, because everybody's got to be back. We don't want to artificially shorten the trip, and we got to get back for school and work, obviously, on a Monday. So we're always stuck going back north on a Sunday. And then it could be double what it took us to get down.
Yep.
Which is something we're always up against. There's really no avoiding it. And we could take the no toll sort of backcountry road routes, but you're talking about doubling the trip that way. And sometimes it's nice to take the more pastoral farm country. It's particularly beautiful in Maryland, actually. But, most of the time it's like, we got to get home. You know what I mean? We got to get ready for school the next day or work or whatever. But I honestly legitimately love the road trip. And I'm lucky to have, 3 people that again, that's my normal squad. And we all love it. So I think we're ready. I hope it doesn't get too hairy when we try to do the big 3,000, 3,500 mile road trip. Cause I think our biggest one is, I don't know if it's further. Atlanta's further than Toronto, I think. But that's the furthest north we've gone was Quebec City, and the furthest south was, I guess, Atlanta or Savannah, actually, which is further, I think. Don't quote me on that. So yeah, so I'm ready. I'm ready to tackle it. I really am. I kind of legitimately love the idea of the road trip, and then I'm also envious, Dust, because you went to Chicago, somewhere I still haven't been, and I understand that. In good traffic, we could get to Chicago from here in about 9 hours from Philly, from the Philly burbs.
That sounds about right.
Right. It probably won't take 9 hours, but it's kind of cool to think, wow, I could get to, this huge Midwestern city in a day, in a drive.
Yeah. It's not too bad. I think if you, it would all do. The problem is when you get to those trips where it's like theoretically 9 hours, but there's more stops involved. The longer trip is, you got to stop for 2 meals and stuff like that. But so yeah, it really depends. Dave, do you have anything else? I want to pitch it to Micah unless you.
Oh, sure. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, thank you.
So Micah, here's something that happened to me with one of these recent trips. And then of course, please take this anywhere you want. But I took a photo of Holly and I driving to Chicago, and Holly was driving first. We try to split it up. Some of the times down to Virginia, I've done it all myself, but I always prefer to split it up. And the agreement is I'm going to drive in the city, or when we get close. For the second half, when we're getting towards DC, the second half, when we're getting towards Chicago, I'm taking it. Immediately, a few people on Twitter, I just post this nice photo. I'm making jokes about how Ohio sucks, and it does. That's not a joke, but I'm presenting in a jokey way. Someone's like, "Why is Holly driving? Why is Holly driving?" I'm like, I know what you're trying to fucking say, and what's wrong with her driving? I hate this. I absolutely hate this. I wonder. And here's the thing: I know that you're the one that's always driving. So do you ever get anything like that? Because I just think it's bullshit. About this, oh, what, you're on a road trip and you're letting your wife drive? Come on, it's I mean, it's not 1920.
It's not. It really is just garbage, especially because I've done more road trips by myself. Like Colin and I have done one road trip together. I've made several trips from Mass to Virginia, and back just by myself. And I'm a total dude. Like when I do a road trip of like, I'll go from Mass to New Jersey. All right. That takes a little over half a tank of gas. And then I get to New Jersey. That's the bathroom break. All right. So like it's about 8 or 9 hour trip. So I do 4 hours driving, take a break, have a bite to eat. And then I do from Jersey to Richmond, essentially. That's like the last 4 hours. All right, you can bang out my parents, it takes them so fucking long to get here because they're stopping for bathroom breaks every hour. They're stopping for 3 square meals. And I'm like, just drive. All right. I want to get here before the sun goes down. Like I'll leave my house at like 5 a.m. I'll get here in the afternoon. Like just bang it out. All right, like just drive. You'll be fine. You don't need to pee every hour. So I've done that a couple times. It's fine. It's the trade-off. Road tripping is the trade-off of, for example, like flying home it can still take your whole day because you gotta be at the airport 2 hours early. It's only like a 2-hour flight from Richmond to Boston, but it's like, well, you tack on the 2 hours at the airport, the 2-hour flight. Now we're at 4 hours. Leaving the airport, it's an hour or two, depending on like where I'm going in Mass. My sister's an hour from the airport. My parents are 2 hours from it. It's like the grand scheme of things, it's easier to fly, but it's just as time consuming. Road tripping, though, it's easier than ever. Like, I lament the days as a kid when my parents were using paper maps to get us from Massachusetts to Norfolk.
Do you remember that?
I mean, before MapQuest. Oh, yeah.
Before MapQuest.
MapQuest was amazing. When MapQuest came around, that made everything slightly better. But like when I was like a little kid, my parents were still just using like paper maps, like a road atlas, and it was awful. Just trying to go anywhere. And yeah, MapQuest was a great innovation, made things slightly better. Of course, if you miss a turn, I don't know where the fuck we are. Like we missed the turn. Now we gotta find our way back. There's no GPS getting us back home, right? But it is now. It's just so much easier. I like driving. I used to be terrified of driving. I do like driving now, much more used to it. I've done these trips by myself a few times. I think Colin and I's only road trip was going to Butler for that, first live show. And that was a fine trip. Like we got along swimmingly. The funny thing though was that Colin fell asleep on the way home. And I think we had like 3 hours left of the trip. And so we had turned down the music so that we could talk, but then Colin fell asleep. And then I was like, oh, do I put the music back on? He's asleep. I just rode in like silence for like the last 3 hours of the drive, which I was just laughing about only because when you were talking about passing the time in the car, it's just like hysterical. Like I'm just doing the last leg of this drive in like complete silence, But it was, we don't travel very much in the first place. We really just don't have time. But I feel like we navigate well together when we're going various places. You just really don't even so much need the second person to do much when you're road tripping these days because you do have the GPS. I definitely don't need generally. I might say like we're looking for this street.
In fact, wouldn't you prefer that you just heard it from the horse's mouth? I know some people are like that, where it's like I don't even want you to say anything. Like let me just listen to it.
Yes, here. And because Colin means very well. But like when I first started coming here, for example, Colin would say, "I'll put it in my GPS with the volume down." So you would go, but you would forget to tell me the next thing. So you'd be like, "Oh, you missed the turn." It's like you didn't tell me. You got the volume turned down.
Maybe that happened once. I don't know.
It happened more than once. It was funny, but you were just, and then like at one point you turned off the GPS because you assumed I knew where we were. I didn't. So it got to the point that we'd get in the car. And you'd be like, "Do you want me to put on my GPS?" I'd say, "No, I'll do it," because I would have to like ask, "What's the next turn?" And I don't want to have to ask. But it is just generally speaking easy to set up my phone, set up with my Bluetooth. I have it all set to go. Like road trips are easier now than ever. I still would prefer to fly. Like Dagan talking about driving to California, I'd rather die. Like that's
really.
I mean, I can't fathom doing that whole drive myself.
There's something romantic
awful
about it. The idea of going
adventure.
Across,
Yeah,
I like that.
I don't know. And also, like, I have a friend who is like very much into the touristy things, like the giant ball of yarn and all that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, but that's not me necessarily. Like, I'd rather, if I'm going to California, that's the destination. I'm not trying to do a bunch of other shit along the way. So like we'll go on the plane, we'll get to California, that's the vacation. I'm not trying to stop at like the world's largest landfill and like all this stuff, like, the world's largest block of cheese. Like I'm not trying to see all that. And so that's part of like, that appeals to a lot of people. I had a friend who was a traveling dialysis nurse for a while. So she drove at one point, from Mass to Texas for like one of her assignments, because you're there for weeks at a time. And so she was into that type of stuff. She was into turning that drive into like a 4-day trip, just driving a couple hours at a time, stop at a nice restaurant, stay at a hotel. I just want to get like the journey over with. because wherever I'm going, like, that's the destination. Like, the friends we made along the way, fuck them. All right. I'm going to the destination. All right. That's what it's all about. We're getting to Mordor. All right. Forget everything that happened between then and now. Like, so I don't know. I don't have the
It's so boring when they get to
tripper.
Mordor, though. That's the most boring part.
No, it's the best part. But no, that's a poor example, of course. But yeah, I don't have the spirit of a road tripper. I don't have the spirit of a traveler, though. That's really the honest truth of it, is that there's a couple places in this world I want to see, but they're so fucking basic. I want to see the Statue of Liberty. All right. I've never seen it.
Oh, you never saw it?
No. I haven't seen shit.
Do you want to go to it, or you just want to see it from the shore?
I'd like to see it from a car. Like, you can just drive by it.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I drove by
one of several bridges
time.
will bring you by it. Yeah.
Yeah, just drive over the Brooklyn Bridge, go to the seaport, and you could see it.
Yeah, I just want to see it, like, I don't want to go to it. I don't, but I just want to see it with my own eyes, right? Like, I don't know, there's just little things like that. But generally speaking, there's not much in this world that I want to see. It sounds horrible, but like, I don't know. I just don't have the spirit of a traveler, especially not the spirit of a road tripper. But my short list, there are places I want to see. Long Island. We got to get up there at some point.
Yeah. Now we can fly direct from Richmond to Islip. So Islip is where Long Island's airport is.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's Breeze Airlines or whatever, which Ramon or someone took, Mark Ryan, maybe someone took it, which I think did get them to Richmond directly from SFO or whatever. So they're doing like weird stuff. But for me, this is obviously not a topic really for me. I have gone on several major road trips, but I didn't drive on them or whatever. In fact, that was what I was going to bring up, was as someone who doesn't drive and doesn't want to drive, I've always been very cognizant of that, to not really freeload. And so I just use it as a point of barter, basically. And usually people are not only receptive to the barter, but are like, oh yeah, that's great. And what I mean is, so for instance, Ramon and I knew these guys, Jay and Gus, in Boston. They were the bizarro Ramon and Colin. And we met them at the airport going to see 311 in 2004 at 311 Day in New Orleans. We met them on the way down. We ended up becoming really good friends with them. They lived in the outskirts of Boston. They were just a couple working class guys. We were in college at the time. They had kind of just graduated high school and gone off into the world and worked. And we just ended up really becoming great friends. So at 311 days every other year on even years. And the next 311 day 2006. And 311 Day, by the way, is just like a big, it's sometimes multi-day, but often they'll play like 60, 70, 80 songs or something, like, much of their catalog, which is awesome. And so we wanted to go the next year or the next time. And that was in Memphis in 2006. And we drove down. And I remember very well, use the barter, where I was just like, well, they're like, Colin doesn't drive. And I'm like, yeah, I'll pay for gas and I'll pay for like food stops or whatever. And I'm not going to drive. And everyone's like, that's awesome. Like people were, because like at that time, like no one had any money anyway. So I was like, but I went in knowing, like, I know. So here's what I'm going to offer in a classic barter. Like I'll take care of the money for on the way down or whatever. And people appreciated that. We had like 2 ounces of weed on us. We got fucking, we were smoking the car out. It was great. But then, things you probably don't want to do in the middle of nowhere when you can get arrested and thrown in some jail cell somewhere, I guess. But as with many things, I didn't think much of it at the time. And it's funny, like I would never do anything like that today, as far as just like being so adventurous. But at that time I was. Other than that, we used to drive between Boston and Long Island all the time, which is like a 5-hour trip. And I've done that with a bunch of different people. But yeah, I don't really have any good input here. I will say that I kind of live in the golden. So our grandfather didn't drive either. Maybe it's in our genes somewhere, like our Italian grandfather. And it was a little more inconvenient then, although they lived closer to the city in a much more metropolitan area where you can take the train and you can walk to things and stuff like that. I just got out of Long Island early enough because I turned 17. I was 17 when I went to college, where I didn't drive yet anyway. And then by the time I could even drive, I was already in Boston with anything more than my junior license. And then lived in San Francisco and all of these things. And so I kind of just acclimated to, and actually always accepted that I was going to live a very urban life. And then I suddenly didn't, but I live in this magical era where it doesn't really matter. Before I was dating Micah, I lived in this house in the same place and I was fine. In fact, the only time I ever needed someone's help to do anything was when Rush cut himself in the backyard, and I had to bring him to the ER to get stitched up, like when he was a little puppy. And I had to call our cousin to bring me to the place because I couldn't get an Uber because I was like, I'm not going to bring a bleeding dog. Other than that, it's like you can get everything delivered. I would take Ubers to my appointments and all that kind of stuff. And the one thing I'm a little frustrated here is that Uber seems to be actually like lessening around here. Like it's actually getting harder to find someone. And I find that interesting just because I'm so annoyed that most people that live in an area, like a suburban area, people kind of live their lives and don't really move around a lot. And I've lived a deeply urban life where I realize how convenient it is to not have a car and how you can actually make it work for you. But even just on the fringes, it annoys me that people around us don't seem to be like, you don't have to drive to the restaurant. Like, go to the restaurant, take an Uber to the restaurant, drink, and then go home in an Uber. Like, it just doesn't even seem to compute with people in some way, which is so strange to me because that's like what everyone did when I lived on the West Coast. That was like, no one drove anywhere. Yeah, even if they had cars, they were like, I'm not driving to the restaurant. What are you, crazy? I want to drink. Instead, people here just drink and drive, which is clear. They definitely do. Or they go to bed, they go to home at 9 o'clock, which is why half the place is fucking clear out. We shut the bar down at Taza that Friday night. I love that restaurant. But like their last call, I think, was 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And I was like, dude, in San Francisco, we would be an hour and a half from going out.
That's criminal. Like, that's actually criminal. They should get stuck.
I was like, it was annoying just because I was like, we would probably post up here for a little while, and run up a greater bar tab, but you didn't give us the opportunity. So anyway, that was my input. I'm very comfortable not driving because I don't, Micah might disagree. I'm sure it's annoying, but the reality is that most of what she does, I would just have done for us, right? I would just be like, oh, Instacart or whatever, the things I used to do to get things to not, because I think some people interpret, oh, you don't drive, that must automatically be the most annoying thing to people around you. And I'm like, I really have gone out of my way to make it an irrelevance, actually, to people around me. Like, I don't need anything.
And you don't care about cars. Like, part of the allure of driving for me personally is that I really love cars. I just genuinely really like cars, so I can see if you're really detached and just kind of, I don't know, sort of apathetic about cars, then. And Micah, I think you know this, but our grandfather, our mom's dad, our grandpa didn't drive.
Yeah, I just explained that. It was
always, right? It was always grandma. Always grandma. And so, but what I'm saying by that is that was very early, but I think we were so used to it because we just grew up that way. But on the other hand, our dad always drove when it was both my parents. My mom drove, but never when I can't remember a single time she drove when it was the two of them, which is very interesting. It's like a kind of an old school conservative throwback mentality that I have to say, probably because I'm old enough, Helene and I are a good balance. We share the driving, especially on road trips and stuff. We take turns, like Dustin was saying, you try to spell each other and have a strategy. I'm going to drive inner city, you drive the burbs, you drive the highways, whatever. But I do sometimes feel funny getting in the car in the driveway on the passenger side. I'm just like, it's like that thing of that one comedian who says it, that his wife mows the lawn. But the deal is she has to go tell all the neighbors that she's choosing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I don't even, it's funny because everyone in our neighborhood has 2 or 3 cars. Some our neighbor across the street who we really like a lot have like 4 or 5 cars because they have like a big family or whatever,
Yeah.
And
sure.
They have places to put them. Obviously, it's not like a huge deal, garages and long driveways and stuff. But we have 1 car, and we probably have, I would say, one of the least affluent cars in the neighborhood, like no doubt about it. And it's just like, I don't even think about it. And in fact, I think I've said it on the show that I often hypothesize, like, what do they think? And I think I've said this to you, Dave, that my assumption is that my theory would be he's D-weed out. Like, he can't drive anymore. Like something happened to him.
They may think. I mean,
like that's like where my mind goes. But I will say this. If you can avoid, you should just sit down. Here's what I would say. You should sit down, depending on where you live, and really figure out how much you're paying to drive and all that goes into that. So your insurance and your maintenance and your gas and obviously all the things. And then just figure out if it would literally be cheaper for you to Uber. Because I will say this. I've spent tens and tens of $1,000s on Uber in my life. I've been using it for a really long time. And really, I haven't used it really at all in the last few years since I've lived here. But that's all from my California days, and that would be way cheaper than me having a car during that time. Like it's just like not even close. And I think that some people love the convenience. They like the car. They like, the freedom. But to me, I'm like, I didn't really feel like it wasn't in places where Uber is part of culture, like LA and San Francisco. It's like I would just literally go on Uber and have a car to anywhere I wanted in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's such a well-oiled machine.
It just was irrelevant to me to have a car. I didn't have to park it. I didn't have to pay for it. I didn't have to put fucking insurance. I didn't have to buy a parking pass. I didn't have to do all this stupid shit that you have to do. It's a money trap. And I think that really helped me save money as a younger person, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it really does depend because, for example, like yesterday, I had to drop off my dress at the bridal store to get cleaned, and they're going to like box it up and everything. But that's a 40-minute drive from here. It's like, there's no way I'd Uber that.
Oh, right.
Like, how much would that fucking cost? It's just one of those things. Like,
I'm saying more in like an urban environment.
I'm saying, specifically for here. It just doesn't work for everything. Like, we definitely we need a car here. Because like going to visit your mom 40 minutes away, suburbs, going to visit various places, and it is just like, it's just too far to Uber around to most of the places that I end up going, for example. But yeah, if you're in like an actual city and you can, I mean, you might end up saving a lot of money. I always wanted to live somewhere that actually had like just public transit in general. Nice. But I always lived in a very rural place where like the only buses were the ones around the college. And they literally just went around the UMass campus. They took the UMass kids to the grocery store and back. Like that was the bus system. That's it. That's like what we had.
Yeah.
And otherwise you just have to drive. There's no other alternative.
Right. Yeah, your hand is forced, right? Like I was really curious about New York, not only because I haven't commuted in 3 years, but even all my years spent working in Manhattan. I was very bridge and tunnel. Like I never really relied on cabs to get around. And then once I was in, I would just take the subway around town. But I was wondering about the advent of, ride sharing and Uber and replacing the yellow cabs and everything. We were in town overnight in this past March for Lilia's birthday, and just Ubering everywhere, Ubering from the hotel to the restaurant. Now we're crossing town to get to the dessert spot, different stores. Uber is such a well-oiled machine in that city. We never waited. And sometimes it was Uber X. Sometimes it was Uber Black. It didn't really matter. It was her Sweet 16. So it was kind of like this.
Yeah, nice. Uber Black's nice if you want to do something. I almost never use it, but it's cool if you want to do something fancy. Yeah.
Never waited more than 30 seconds. And never even had to bother the hotel employees or, anything to get around. Just it was... And I think Philly's the same way. But yeah, you're beholden to a whole different thing, a whole different dynamic in the suburbs. And I think people do, Kyle, I think there's a sentiment of, I want to be able to hop in the car and not wait, and just efficiency and just go on a whim and I'm in control. But I don't know if people realize how good it is even in the suburbs. I got a flat tire like 4 months ago. I hit a pothole, blowout. I was like, oh, there it goes. A mile up, I'm like, yep, sure enough, car's warning me. I get to the tire place, explain the whole thing, call Uber. I mean, the guy was there in 30 seconds. I mean, I live in a pretty rural suburb, and maybe it was luck of the draw. I don't know, but it's not bad. It's a nice thing to have at your disposal, just for going out drinking, right? We're going into town with some friends, meeting another couple. Don't get in the car. That's a thing where people really should use it. And it's the thing where, it sucks not to have your own keys and not have your own wheels. But, it makes sense then to say, even in the suburbs, let me just Uber. It's here. I think people, it's just kind of out of their, especially if they don't work in the city and commute back and forth, it's just kind of off their radar. They're not even thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I understand, I totally understand that it's weird. Like I feel like there's a weird or peculiar thing about many people where it's like, in my experience, where it's like, oh, that's kind of like what's different about you. And that's like what's different about me. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not driving. And I don't know. I never thought I would be able to live a suburban life. And in most generations, and that's what you were saying, is that you're just compelled by circumstances to eventually do it. But I just happened to never be in those circumstances for a long period of time ever. Yeah, just never was
actually,
in it.
When cousin Glon, who you met, Glon grew up in Cambridge. Never had to drive, just always he took the subway, took the bus. And it wasn't until he moved out to Western Mass that I think Glon was like 30 when he got his license.
Oh,
you know, because
wow.
he just moved out to Western Mass and just, I was like, no, dude, like you have to drive here. And now he still lives out, you know, towards that area. He hasn't been back to Boston, so he's been driving ever since. But it was a big thing in the family of like, holy shit, Glon's learning to drive, like, you know, because he just never had to before. When you're living in Cambridge, you don't need to.
Seriously.
And like you said, it's definitely more convenient some places to not have a car, to not pay parking fees at your apartment, all that stuff, to not to move your car for snow removal. Like you're watching all those schmucks moving their cars because the snow plow's
and then
coming.
they follow right behind the plow.
That's hard.
Yeah,
I love that
exactly.
shit. They probably do that in Dustin's neighborhood too. That's
having a car in the city is too much. I know people that do that, especially that live in Brooklyn and work in Manhattan. It's just like,
why would you even do that?
Race.
I mean, I guess I understand why you would, because you have to deal with the MTA, but at that point, that's kind of what you've chosen. I would never drive in New York City. It would be insane. It would be insane to have a car there. I just don't even understand the point.
Yeah, that's a tricky. I mean, I understand you want to go,
unless you're in like Queens or Staten Island or something, you know.
Right. Or I want to go, I'm in Brooklyn. I want to go food shopping in Queens because it's cheaper. I'm going to drive, you know, but but most of these people use their car like once a week, you know what I mean? To go food shopping on a Sunday or something. And then like Mike is saying, not only that whole dance of having to move it on opposite side of the street and everything, God forbid, because most of these people don't have a garage or anything, a private place to park it. Now you're paying for parking, whether that's street parking or garage or a lot. Yeah, it's just that whole mixture has always kind of eluded me. It's like, why are you living in the city and you still have to have wheels? Unless you have a lot of money and you could just post it up at one of these expensive parking garages and it's no skin off your back. But otherwise, yeah, then you're doing both things. That never really computed.
Yeah, I guess I'm just grateful that I live in this era, because I don't really feel like I'm missing out on much of anything. But it speaks to me just because I've always been a homebody, like my entire life. I've never really wanted to go out or do anything and be played. You know, don't you want to go? I remember Dad being like, when I was a kid, even like, and not really being interested in learning how to drive at the earliest age I could. And it's like, don't you want to? And I'm like, no, not really. Like, I'm fine.
You know what's going to be interesting though? I know it might change it for you guys.
Yeah, if we have kids.
Can you guess what I'm?
Yeah. When we've discussed that, and the other thing we've discussed too is the reality is, and I've talked about this too, is like I can drive. Like if worse came to worse, like if something happened and like I got to drive Mike to the hospital or whatever, it's like, all right, I'll just drive her car to the hospital. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm going to do it. But it's just I just don't like driving. You know, it's a
shame that you couldn't talk to Grandpa, because I'm not even sure what his reasons were for not driving, but he never bat an eyelash. Who cares? He was his whole demeanor. I mean, he passed before I was in my 20s. You know, I mean, never really had these mature conversations with him. But his whole aura was, so what? You know, and he also had that thing too of working in the city. He took the train in. He owned a salon in Lower Manhattan. And he was back and forth on the train, very walkable from the train station to their house on Long Island. So, and she drove. My grandmother drove. And he lived with his in-laws. So they always had cars. You know, his father-in-law drove too. So it was always like, why did he have to? Right?
I was definitely it was totally situational in many different ways. Otherwise, I would have been forced.
A lot of time in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco is much more drivable than Boston, but first of all, it's insane. If you have problems with hills and all that kind of shit, you definitely don't want to drive in San Francisco. It's like, it's wild.
That's got to be a problem.
Some of the roads are hysterical, you know, and like the very specific ways you have to park. You really cannot drive a standard in San Francisco because you'll constantly be bumping into people and shit like that as you're like, it's like a whole thing, like things you learn about car culture there. But it's much more drivable there. Boston's insane. Boston's very much like Paris, where it was kind of just built as it made sense. And so it makes no sense at all. It's a complete nonsense. And no one wanted to have a car there. Plus the snow situation there is horrible. Like people's cars just get buried. It's like your car is there. They're just buried and you're done. I mean, like, unless you want to sit there and dig it out, you know, have fun. Yeah.
It's against the law to use your turn signals, I think, in all of Massachusetts. So that makes it difficult.
Right.
As well.
Yeah, that's also a problem. Yeah. So yeah, it's totally situational. I mean, if I was just hit with because even like as a kid, when I could have I got my permit and my juniors, and like I've said, I had a truck for a very brief time, although I didn't really do anything with it except for sell it so I can stay in San Francisco for longer. But even like with my job as a kid, when I would work at the deli, I would just ride my bike. It was not that, it was like a couple miles away and it would take 2 seconds and I'd be like, whatever, I don't care. You know, maybe swing by Mickey D's on the way back.
That's a pretty hairy ride. Did you do that a lot?
Yeah, it's on, what would that be? Station
Montauk Highway.
Well, no, you would drive up,
25A.
You would go up just past the village and just keep going up that road towards.
So you went past Swan Lake.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You took the lower road rather than going past, like, rather than going through North Belport.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Yeah.
I see what you mean.
I wouldn't have survived that for multiple reasons. Yeah. All right, are you satisfied, Dustin?
Yeah, good to go. Thank you guys.
Okay, so we've gotten to the venue. Now we're going to have a good time at the venue. So this brings us to Micah and your topic.
All right. Yeah. I wanted to talk about making the playlist and, it doesn't have to be about the weddings, making the playlist for an event. As you guys talked about for your road trips, even of planning out music and everything. When I was planning the playlist for the wedding, there really is like a fine line between choosing songs that I love, choosing songs I think other people will enjoy, songs people will dance to, and also choosing songs that are relatively appropriate, I'll say, because there were some songs that I was like borderline about putting them on there, right? Of just like, well, I really like this song, but is it wedding appropriate? At the end of the day, I just put them on the list. Carry Out by Justin Timberlake was an example of that. Of when that song came on, I went nuts because I was waiting for it. That's like my song. But it was just like, I almost didn't put it on the list because I'm like, this is filthy. This is wildly inappropriate. But it was just like, but it's dance music. That was the real goal, was just like having a mix that people would enjoy, dance to. I didn't want the dance floor to empty out at any point. I didn't want anything too obscure on the list type thing. And I think we ended up with a really good mix. The DJ played like the majority of the songs I put on there. He threw in maybe like 5 songs that weren't on my list. And otherwise, for the most part, it was my playlist. And I think it went really well. Of like, people were out on the dance floor all night. I would see different groups of people kind of come out depending on the song change. We had some interesting matchups on the dance floor. Like at one point, Graydon was dancing with Aunt Barbara, and like my mom's cheering the monks, like, we're going to circle there in the middle of the
I missed that.
How did this happen? I was like, what is going on around here? And it was great. But I think it went well. It's something though I put a ton of time into. Like, I spent hours just listening to different songs. This is going to sound crazy, but I would put on a song and just actually dance to it and be like, can I dance to this for 3 straight minutes? Because this isn't a dig by any means, but at Allie's wedding, for example, their DJ was very hesitant to switch songs. Of like, if it was a 5-minute song, he played the whole 5 minutes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And so I didn't know what to expect. For our DJ to do. He was very, very friendly, very professional, highly recommended.
Couldn't say my name, but
no, he could not say Moriarty for the life of him.
He did mess that up at the beginning.
Oh man, I can't remember what he said when he introduced your dad for the toes. It was like Jerry Moriarty. I can't remember.
That's what it was. It was my dad. Yeah.
Well, I just don't. Our name. Maybe I'm just good with last names, and I think I am because of reading them on the shows for so many years. And just, I also say that I think hockey really, really, really made me good at pronouncing names, because it's tons of Russian names, tons of Eastern European names. Yeah. And you learn like, Yaromir Yager. It's like, if you put that in front of someone, they would probably struggle with that, but you'd understand. It's just all those kinds of things. But I've never understood people's problem with Moriarty, because it's really not hard. It's phonetic. They overthink it a little bit.
They do.
Yeah.
No, anyway, exactly. But So I even just, when I was making this playlist, I even found myself just like dancing to the song and saying like, no, this song gets boring after 2 minutes type thing. Like, just because I wanted to actually make sure that these were songs people would have high energy to. I didn't realize it until the day of. I didn't put a single slow song on the list, and he didn't play any slow songs. But I honestly thought it was better that way. Because there's always a bit of awkwardness of like, I don't know, you see the wife go be like, come on, come dance. The husband does not want to dance. All right, he didn't want to be out there. You do your 2 slow songs. Forget it. All right. We were out there. We were going hard. All right. Because my favorite part of the night, I'm out there. I'm doing the Jersey Shore, like pumping your fist, right? Mike Patelli and his wife come out and like we're pumping our fist. At one point, I got down, I was beating up the beat like they used to do on Jersey Shore. Like I was having the time of my life out there. And that's exactly what I wanted. It was just like, I want Holly was going nuts on the dance floor. Holly and Dustin were really cutting up a rug.
Yeah.
Holly was more committed than me, though. She was...
Good for you guys.
I needed a few breathers in there. Not Holly, though. No.
Really? Were you feeling it? Were you feeling it physically?
Night.
Oh, yeah. I had many drinks at that point, so I was definitely a little winded and maybe going a little harder than I should. But
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the playlist situation, I put a ton of time into that. Also so cocktail hour and dinner hour, I made those playlists as well. Cocktail hour, I put the least amount of time into. That was more of a vibe of like, I put on like 5 songs for the guy. Some Gladys Knight, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles. I was like, I just want a real like jazz Motown vibe for cocktail hour. That was just like, I didn't want to actually give him an hour's worth of songs, but I just wanted him to have that vibe of like, this is what we're doing. And then dinner hour was a little more tailored. I had a lot of 80s jams on there, a couple of songs that were just like Colin and I's like special songs type thing. My only complaint for dinner hour was the music I thought could have been a little louder, but here's a this or that type thing. I felt like at some other weddings I've been to, the dinner music was so loud I couldn't hear anybody. And so we're trying to have just conversations at the table and we already couldn't hear each other. Right. You kind of expect that during like once the dance music starts, you kind of expect that you might need to migrate towards the back of the room or go outside for a little bit to have like a more like quiet conversation. But just during dinner hour, there were times when I was like, I couldn't hear anybody. So I'm glad we avoided that. But like I completely missed when Sweet Caroline came on. I didn't even hear it. So I didn't get to do any of the call outs or anything.
Yeah, me neither.
Gene told me he heard it and I was like, I didn't even hear it.
When did they play it?
It was during dinner. It was on the dinner playlist, but I completely missed it. I would have had him turn it up just a hair. But, I did that whole playlist and then the dance music. And I just feel like it was effective. We had a blast out there, especially like we were all waiting specifically for Mr. Brightside to come on. I didn't know what you kids were planning. All right. But you guys just kept telling me like, we're going to go off when this song comes on. I was like, all right, we're going to do it.
Go off and once the white people jump around when they're kind of drunk type of way.
Right.
That type
oh my
of
God.
off.
No, it was awesome because in like the video, the
whites are always going off.
Yeah.
Well, Cog was like, I don't know this. I'm just going to jump. And it was amazing.
Oh, my dad too.
Though.
Him and my dad had a moment there during Mr. Brightside. I don't know what was going on.
That's interesting.
It was a spiritual experience. We're shouting it out. He would stop the music for a second and we would call out the song. Like that was an experience. But Dustin, you just reminded me something during dinner, you and I shared a moment when Simple and Clean came on.
That's
and
right.
as soon as I heard it, I looked right at you and you were like, yo, and like we pointed at each other. Like that was a moment. That was a moment. I put that on there specifically for Dustin because I was like, we have to hear this song.
It was within 5 seconds of it starting too. Like we knew.
No, you know exactly what song it is as soon as it starts. I've tried to put fun things like that in there. I had some Persona 4 music in there that did not get played. That's all right.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he didn't play that, but it's okay. He played most of what I had on the list. But yeah, that was probably what I put the most time into. And just really finding the balance between what I like versus what's appropriate. And like an example of something I really kind of had to think about, the song that we cut the cake to was Still Remains by Stone Temple Pilots, which is like one of our songs. But it was like a tiny bit awkward because like just right away in the beginning of the song, he's talking about banging. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Do I want this on here? But I was like, but it's a special song to me. It just is. But I had to think about stuff like that of like choosing a song to walk down the aisle to, for example, of like, I don't want to be arm in arm with my father during some of these songs. Like you just have to think about that stuff. And so that was kind of like threading the needle between what my taste in music is, what I feel is appropriate for an event that had some children, nobody younger than 12, I don't think. But it was just, I don't know, that was what I put a ton of effort into. Dustin, my little music man, I gotta know. I mean, how do you feel? I definitely want to just ask you how you feel I did, but also how like you would approach it too. Like if you were building a playlist for an event, what's going through your head as you're trying to put things together?
Or what about did you have a playlist at your wedding?
Mm-hmm.
I did. I don't know if I still have it, but I did put together the playlist at the time. Yeah, it's a very delicate thing because you want to have a balance between what you want and what you think people will enjoy. And so you gotta strike that right balance. And I think that you did fantastic. The one thing though, I think what you said as far as like the DJ, there was like one or two songs where it's like, this one's maybe a bit long. You can cut this off. And that's not your fault. That was the DJ, which what's funny enough, at Jimmy's wedding, the only complaint there, they cut off Mr. Brightside halfway through.
No, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
Can't do that. No. So he had the problem where he cut off a song too early. This guy, I was like, yeah, you probably fade this out now at this point. But it wasn't horrible. It wasn't like, oh no, everyone's leaving the dance floor immediately.
Right. Or like you notice people like visibly slowing down. Like by the third time you've heard the chorus, it's like, wrap it up. All right, move to something different.
I always think of DJs. I've seen so many working in the wedding industry doing videos for so long. I've seen a lot of DJs. I've seen really, really good ones. I've seen really, really bad ones. I've always thought of it as like a versus match between the DJ and the people at the wedding. And sometimes you can have a great DJ who has an audience that is not interested in dancing, and he can try his hardest. He can try to put up the songs that he thinks are going to keep people there. It's not going to happen. There's a lot of strategy, though, with being a good DJ and really reading the room. I think that people don't always take that in. It's just that you don't want a guy who's just playing a playlist. He's got to be able to read the room, figure out what song comes next. And also, I've seen DJs, and some people want this. I would never want it, where they are almost an MC of the night, where they're having people do different things.
We had options on that, right?
We did. The DJ, just to interject quickly, we had choices of how much interaction you want them to have. I chose the middle option, and you might have noticed that, for example, during one of the line dances, he did give out like very brief instructions. He's like, if you've never done this dance before, get in the middle so you can watch everybody. And that's like the level of interaction. I could have chosen a higher level of interaction where he would have come out and actually danced with us and led the line dance. Like, so we had options. We could have had none. We could have had him just kind of do the call outs, or we could have had him lead the dance. I felt it was a little weird to have. I just didn't know how many people would be out dancing. I definitely didn't want this poor guy to be out here with just one person leading a line dance, right? So I was like, we'll go for the middle option. If people know the dance, they know it. I didn't know half of them. Like, but that was my interpretation of like, I feel like it's going to be very weird if not enough people are out dancing, because I just wasn't sure of the crowd. I didn't know you guys were going to be out there with me all night, which is fantastic.
The Moriartys like to dance too.
Oh, yeah.
They do. Oh, we got a fantastic picture of like Aunt Barbara and Uncle Michael on the dance floor. My cousin Lewis is there, and like we're all just going like nuts. It's incredible.
I don't know if you noticed this. You're talking about the line dancing when the song Wobble came on. I don't know this dance.
I don't know it either.
People were doing it though. And
they all knew the dance.
I was trying to do it. And then about halfway through the song, I looked around and I was the only man on the dance floor. You
were a trooper for that too.
I thought, okay, well, I'm just going to own it now. I'm just going to go through the whole song.
You can't walk away from that. Yeah.
I did though. No. I couldn't handle it. I was too weak. I couldn't do it anymore because it became even more apparent that I did not know the dance. I was like, I've gone too far at this point. You know,
they played that at Allie's wedding as well. I didn't know it then, and then they played it at our wedding, and I was like, I do not know this. Like, I felt like Frank Reynolds. He was like, I don't know this one. It's like I didn't. I'm just following Holly, and then I was like, do you know this dance? She's like, no. And like, we're just like subtly like looking out of the corner of our eyes, like, okay, they're starting to turn, so we're starting to turn. But there were definitely a couple moments where like I got left behind of like I'm still facing the wrong way because I had no peripheral vision because of my hairstyle, and I realized I'm facing the wrong way, so it's like just like turn as like suavely as possible. It was what it was. It was still fun.
The one other thing I'll say is just I I jokingly in Discord, you were talking about putting some more emo songs on the list, but you resisted. I called you a coward. But it was the right choice
on there.
Yeah, it was the right choice because I was thinking about it. I'm like, that crowd, it wouldn't have worked. At Jimmy's wedding, he had some good Charlotte on there. He had some stuff like that. And we had a great time, but there was a high quantity of people that grew up with that. And
exactly. If we
the
had
dance floor definitely cleared
Chris
out a little bit when those happened, but the 7 or 8 of us that were there, amazing time. So it was the right move.
I wanted I'm Really Not Okay by like MCR. I wanted that on the list so badly, but I was just like, I know for sure I have like 3 people who like this song, which is like you, Holly, and my friend Kirsten, okay? And I was like, I can't just be the 4 of, like 5 of us out there. I can't do this, all right? So, and it was partly because knowing that Maddie wasn't going to be there, knowing Chris wasn't going to be there, it was like, I can't do it. I definitely wanted Fall Out Boy on the playlist. I wanted some of these other bands on there, but I was just like, I don't want the dance floor to clear out. I just didn't want that to happen. And it didn't. Like, you had people filtering in and out, but we didn't have a moment where like everybody walked away. That didn't happen, thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say just the Mr. Brightside, that was the essential, we were joking about that in the Discord too, but it got to the point where Ben and I were getting a little worried by the end of the night. We knew you put it on the list.
Yeah.
We knew that you put it on the list. Ben went and talked to the DJ about it. He said, yeah, what's going on with Mr. Brightside? He said, don't worry. It's coming in a few songs. And he was right. But
patience.
I'm glad we asked just in case.
Yeah, I was getting nervous that we weren't going to hear it. And I was also I just remembered this. I was a little selfish with the playlist in that for the do not plays, I put no Taylor Swift. I'm not into it.
Oh, good.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
But I told the DJ, I said, if somebody requests it, play it. Like if someone walks up to you and they want to hear Blank Space, play it. But I'm telling you, I don't want to hear it otherwise. Like I wasn't saying don't play it at all or I'll shiv you, but I didn't want you to just put 3 Taylor Swift songs on the list either. Like I'm telling you, I don't like it, but if someone requests it, play it. Because that was another thing, like at Allie's wedding, cousin Allie was like, I requested a song like an hour ago and he never plighted it. And the guy never played it. And I was like, well, no, take requests. If people, I really didn't see people making requests except for like when I asked Ben to go ask him to play Mr. Brightside soon. But it's like, I didn't see people making requests in the first place. But I was very clear on that like, I'm not trying to be, the DJ Nazi on this. It's like, I don't want to hear it unless someone specifically asked for it. If Lilia wanted to hear it, I would have played it for her. Yeah, but otherwise, please don't.
She goes to 3 Taylor Swift concerts a year. I think she could go without Taylor Swift for friggin' 2 seconds.
Dude,
she really can't.
Real quick about Taylor Swift. I have liked a lot of her music. I've seen Taylor Swift in concert. It's reaching the critical mass where I'm starting to not like I'm getting mad. I'm getting annoyed.
Dude, tell us about it. In the football universe, it's becoming like a big talking point because they won't shut the fuck up about it.
It's bringing in a whole nother audience.
Yeah, like it's because it's bringing in these like people like, will she be at the Chiefs game this week? And then we have to see shots of her doing her secret handshakes on touchdown. Like everyone's like, dude, we don't care. Like we don't care, but they want to get that huge audience of people. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's to the point that they were talking about her at a Patriot. It was like fucking like I don't know, like Pat's Raiders. And they're talking about Taylor Swift. It's like, she's not here. It's not a Chiefs game. She's not here. Why are we talking about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift at a Pats Raiders game? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't want to sound like, it's like, I'm not just trying to be like annoyed by her. She seems perfectly fine. I don't hate her music. I just don't like it. But it's like, why are we talking about this? It's not even the right team playing. And they did tone it down, though. I noticed, I think a lot of people complained because I didn't hear dick about her like last week. Like they didn't mention shit.
I could see people complain. I mean, getting big is one thing. Getting so big, that's what automatically triggers my alarm. It's like, what? Why? It's in it. Yes, talented. Yes, pretty. Seems very buoyant. Seems like she's very cool. She could be self-deprecating. She seems to handle her fame well. She's classy. She's charitable. Okay. But that big, like what, why? It's like, it's really like just triggers alarm bells. It's like what it's maybe like going to be like one of the most famous people that ever lived.
Yeah.
Like that's how crazy this is getting.
Definitely.
And it's like the product doesn't seem to match up to that. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm reserving judgment on Taylor Swift. Believe me, it's a Swiftie house with the exception of 2 people. Okay. And we're outnumbered because we're the
She's
boys.
Madonna level famous, I would say.
Oh,
so at that
absolutely.
point, there's really almost nowhere to go except for like Michael Jackson, maybe level.
Yeah. Beatles and
Michael Jackson, let's say. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
No,
So I don't mind her either at a personal level. I just don't want that shoved down my throat. What I find interesting about her is it's kind of bubbled for a long time. She's taken a different trajectory than Madonna and Michael Jackson. Like Madonna's trajectory was really sharp, but then actually went down a little bit, sustained itself. Michael Jackson kind of was huge with a huge plateau and then kind of down in the 90s. From there, she's kind of been just growing this linear
slowly
rate.
Ascending.
Yeah, because it was Taylor Swift was a big thing when I was in high school, but it was her country albums. And that's when I liked Taylor Swift because I was a huge country music fan. Yeah, and that's when I got into Taylor Swift, was her original albums that were country. And it's just nothing personal. I'm just not really into pop music. So when she moved over to pop, I just lost interest. It's just not really my thing. But she's very talented and I loved her original stuff. The other artist on the Do Not Play was Miley Cyrus, Party in the USA. That one was like, if you play that, I'll fucking kill you. All right. If you raise the price of the hot dog, I'll kill you. Like that was my don't do it. Like you play that song, you're out of here, mister.
Yeah.
And that was the only other Do Not Play. It was just, he's like, that's it. Those 2 things. I was like, that's it. All right. Otherwise, we're golden. There's nothing else that I really don't want to hear. But if you put Party in the USA on, we're going to have like a problem.
Yeah, we're going to have a huge problem. Yeah, you did a great job. I had no real input. Like, first of all, some of my songs were on there because you and I listen to a lot of the same things, but I feel it's actually kind of similar. It's a similar conversation to the road trip where I feel like the person, when you're in a car with someone, when I'm in a car with someone, I never assume I get to control the stereo because it's not my car. I'm not driving. It's like same thing with a playlist where I feel like you did all of the extraneous annoying things. So you get to choose and do the cool thing,
It wasn't supposed to be, though. You were supposed to choose the DJ and you were supposed to make the playlist. I did get stuck with that. It ended up being fun, but it was not supposed to be my task. Like, that was not supposed to be a Micah thing.
Well, that was a long time ago. We figured that out as well. Right, it wouldn't be an episode of Constellation without Micah throwing me under the bus, though.
Well, I'm not going to lie and be like, yeah, I wanted to make the playlist. It was literally like, Colin was supposed to pick the DJ. And then he was too busy. So I was like, all right, I'll pick the DJ. And then I was like, all right, it'd be great if you could just give me a list of 10 songs you want to hear. I never got that list. So I just ended up, as Colin was working out, I'd be like, that one could work, and just put songs on that I'd hear throughout the week. As you mentioned, you work out every day, you play music every day. And that was part of the playlist with me just being like, oh, that would be nice. There's that Wrapped Around Your Finger by The Police. We'll put that on for dinner hour. That was, so I was certainly inspired by Colin's workout playlist, but no, I wasn't supposed to do the DJ thing. I rose to the occasion, though. I did. I'm going to give myself
Mike,
that.
I was thinking about you with this because, I mean, the music, this is a lot of pressure, right? The music, especially at a wedding, this is the ultimate, along with the alcohol, this is the big icebreaker, right? Dance floor, getting together with people. But I mean, there was a lot of warmth at your wedding. This particular wedding didn't really need that energy anyway, because there was such a camaraderie and a warmth again. And just, just like, it was like really kind of a jubilant thing. But picking the music for a wedding is hard because, like you said, you got to kind of serve 2 masters. You got to honor what you like and what Colin likes. And then also you kind of operating on a thing of like, but I got to keep it appealing. I want people to like it. And it really reminds me of what happened with our wedding. It's so similar in running parallels with what Helene did, because our wedding, you weren't there, Micah, Dust, you weren't there. Colin will remember, although he was young, was this whole affair was all down to Helene's vision. It was lovingly curated in every detail. I mean, the flowers, the bridesmaids' dresses, the table centerpieces, the food, the music, the venue, the photographer, the videographer, the DJ, of course. And it was very, I mean, if you know Helene, I'll just say the whole vibe was very anthropology, right? It was classic, classy, elegant. It was outdoor. It was a very similar, beautiful outdoor space that you guys had. It wasn't a country club. It was kind of an estate, but it was a white tent affair. And then it had buildings, really quaint colonial buildings with, the cobblestone walkways and everything. It really looked like a movie wedding. And everything was very bucolic and picturesque. And that was really Helene's vision. And I'll tell you what, the one aspect, the one detail that stood out like a sore thumb, and it made me laugh because I think it really worked out in your guys' favor the way it happened for you guys, but was our DJ. We had this very, again, movie-like, very pastoral setting. Everything was very elegant. It was really beautiful. And we had a lot of people. We had like 125 people. But we had essentially what turned out to be this wedding singer DJ. I mean, he was like the embodiment. He was like the live action, in the flesh, shock jock, Wolfman Jack thing. And it was weird that he wasn't self-aware, because it was like, dude, look around. Are we in a VFW? Like, we're not, this is not like the wedding in Deer Hunter. I'm not putting down the traditional like Polish wedding type thing, but like this looked like a movie wedding. I mean, it really was beautiful. And, shout out to my in-laws who paid for this whole thing, right? It was expensive. It was like the one detail is like, how do you understand that you're not fitting into this whole vibe, But I'll tell you what happened. And this was the whole thing. I mean, you guys would be horrified. It was like Cotton Eye Joe, Macarena. Now he's got a conga line going. I mean, this guy, it was everything short of like bringing out the lays and the props. Like it was just like he just stopped short of that whole thing. And it stood out like a sore thumb. But you know what? Everybody loved it because people just wanted to have fun. Because my whole thing, I still say this. I think Allie was yelling at me recently, like that's a terrible idea. But it was like, if we're going with this whole elegant, I don't know, old Hollywood movie Casablanca feel, why not the band? And I'm not saying like the big band. I'm saying have a band, have a guy like a crooner to do the standards, do a little Tony Bennett, little Frank, little Dean. And they're like, no, because yes, that's great for atmosphere. It's elegant, it's classy, but it's not fun. People, not for a wedding. You know what I mean? I think Mom was very emphatic about that. Like, that's for something else, maybe like a 40th or a 50th birthday party or something, a certain type of affair. But, and you're thinking from a visual standpoint, which is very much Helene and I's thing, right? But that was the thing with this guy. I remember in the moment getting super annoyed. He's like, come on, get down. It's like, hoe down. And he got this whole thing going on. And he might have even been rocking like the props,
right,
the lays and like the cheesy like Mardi Gras necklaces and things. And he really didn't fit in with the entire occasion. But the end all be all was that this guy was just, everybody had a great, like very much like your wedding, same energy. Everybody just had an awesome time. And I think besides, we had certain things, like we had obviously our wedding song that we slow danced to. I think Helene was really, really insistent that Aretha Franklin's Respect be played. And I remember her dancing to that with my dad, which was so cool. And then I had a couple of things, like I wanted Al Green's Love and Happiness to be played when we came in. And I wanted a couple of Supreme songs, like things that just meant something to me. But then I remember being like, all right, let's leave this open so people can make requests. And I remember thinking, this is a very requesty bunch. Let them have fun and, make requests and everything. Because we wanted to curate it and sort of make it fit in with the rest of the vibe of the wedding, but also kind of give people a little bit of the request is important at a wedding because it gives you a little bit of ownership. It's like the jukebox at the diner, only more so because you traveled a long way. It's like getting your own little personal stamp on the occasion. I think that's kind of important. So I do remember that one thing. It was like an Adam Sandler movie in the middle of like The Great Gatsby. And it was like, it didn't fit, but people loved it. People really, like, I thought it was the biggest failure of the wedding, but then thinking back, it was like, people ate this up. thank God for this guy. And I think he kind of went off the reservation. I don't think he was supposed to do that. I like the way you were describing it. And again, I wouldn't know because this is all Helene's doing, but there were echelons. Like, do I go really over the top and animated and MC this thing and do it essentially cheesy? Do I go middle of the road, or do I just go very hands off and you're barely going to hear my voice? I appreciated that vibe from your guy. And it made me lament my guy, who was like, he was just so Philly. He was like, he had the accent and everything. It was like, in retrospect, it was hilarious. But, and I'm sure, I am 100% sure this guy came from downtown to do the wedding. He wasn't a suburb type guy, He wasn't a farmer, that's for sure. But I appreciated your guy. You don't see that a lot. You don't see a lot of restraint. You either have the very elegant angle where it's the band and maybe even crosses over into a little stuffy, that type of thing. Or you have the guy who makes himself the center of attention. So your guy was there was a very nice middle of the road with this guy. At first, I remember thinking at your event, being like, this guy, I haven't heard much from him. And then realizing that's kind of a nice thing, because it's not about him now. It's about you. It's about you guys. He's not, the spotlight shouldn't be, you shouldn't be on this guy. You should be in charge of playing the music, and that's it. So yeah, you guys, I think that was a really successful, I don't think there were any unsuccessful aspects to your wedding, but I liked your DJ. I very rarely see that type of thing. It's either one or the other. And he took this kind of gray area in the middle that worked.
Yeah, and we didn't shout out his DJ Tony with Black Tie Entertainment. All right, they were fantastic. Like, the whole company to just interact with was very friendly, easy to work with. Like, you build your playlist on their website, you can pull songs from Spotify. Like, they make it really easy.
That's so cool.
But they were just awesome to work with. And then the DJ himself, extremely friendly, personable. And we didn't make it easy on him because, Colin, actually, what I want to focus on with you is, as a tangent to this, we didn't do hardly any of the special dances. So, like, we did our first dance, but we didn't do the father-daughter dance. We didn't do the mother-son dance. And I could tell the DJ was like a little apprehensive about it, only because it's like, those are time fillers. But it was just like, it just wasn't us type thing. We just weren't feeling it. We did the first dance. We called up our siblings to share the dance with us like halfway through.
That was cute.
We just didn't want to do, though, like, my dad was relieved too, because I don't want to sound like, I just don't like my dad. That's not the case at all. My dad and I are very close, but it's just not us. And my dad was like relieved, because he was last year, and he's like, we going to do like a father-daughter dance? And I was like, I don't really want to. And he was like, oh, all right. He was like relieved, And so that's something I want to mention to you, Colin, was it made a little bit of like a rift at times, but I felt like it was a good thing that we like just kind of stuck to our guns on that. But I admit it probably did, but for the DJ, of like, we didn't do that. We didn't do like the anniversary dance, because that gave me homework. The guy was like, you could do the anniversary dance, which is like all the couples are out on the floor. And then he'll tell people who are married like less than a year leave, sure, less than 2 years leave. But he's like, well, who's been married the longest? And it's like, I don't fucking know. It probably one of Colin's dad's siblings been married the longest.
Yeah,
but like,
probably right.
For me to have to go ask people how long they've been married, because then if I got it wrong, like if by chance I asked, your dad who's been married the longest, and then the DJ's like, all right, so the longest marriage, 40 years. But if in reality it was like 35, and then so he'd be like, if you've been married less than this time, get off the floor. And like, what if everybody clears out? And I was like, no, wait, like we got the year wrong. I didn't want that pressure. I was like, I don't know this group well enough to orchestrate such a thing. But we didn't make it easy on him by excluding some of these special dances. But Kyle, are you happy with how it turned out, in that, we didn't end up doing those special ones? Like, I felt like I still had an excellent night. I don't regret not doing those dances.
No, I don't either. I know that my mom wanted to do, like, have her dance with me, and I respect that. And I actually had just assumed that was going to happen, because originally, as you said, like, I was apprehensive. I knew you didn't want to do a dance with your dad, and I felt like it was weird immediately for me to just do a dance with my mom. It was just asymmetric and strange. And I was like, I just don't want to do that. It's really, my mom's my biggest fan. Like, I love my mom. We get along great. She wrote me a beautiful letter that made me cry the night before the wedding and all of the rest. But I don't feel like I need to like exist within the bounds of convention to show my respect to my mom or for my mom to love me or whatever. And so like the son mother dance or the father daughter dance at the wedding, I was just like, I don't know, if Micah doesn't want to do it, then I'm not going to do it either, you know? And I know that like that bothered my mom a little bit. I danced with her on the floor anyway to other songs and hung out with her.
Yeah, you were
like
out there dancing, her, and her and Ramon.
Yeah,
really
exactly.
Cute.
So, but I wanted to be respectful to your decision and not like draw attention to it, I guess, in some way that like, it's like, well, where's Micah and her, you know, that, so just like, we just didn't do it. And I think she ultimately understood. And I also tried to live in the spirit of, you know what, like, it's ultimately my wedding, you know, like I can at least make decisions that, yeah. And it's the same for you. Like, it's our wedding. Right. And for me, it's like, so I'm going to make decisions of things I want to do, you know, and we have no masters in this regard because we paid for it. Right. So that was like a huge part of it too, I think, and like, just let Micah handle it and kind of show, and from my perspective, showing Micah the respect of being like, you can do whatever you want. Cause as we discussed, and we had this conversation multiple times throughout the process, was like, I don't think I would have ever chosen to do anything like this. You know, I wanted to do what Micah wanted to do. The advice I got after I asked Micah to marry me from multiple people, and I think it was cute, was just like, just say yes and like defer to her on all things. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So that's what I did, you know? So like so I guess what I'm saying is I had no prim and proper Downton Abbey like vision of it anyway. So like, it was all well above my expectations. I would have literally just had like a party or something, you know? And like, I remember Dad was the one who even, when we got married, I was like, I don't even want gifts. And that was like a thing. I was like, I don't want any gifts. Like, I want to actually put on like no gifts. And my dad was like, you can't do that. Like, that's too weird, you know? And I'm like,
that's too unconventional.
Yeah. And I'm like, all right, I guess. I mean, like, that was kind of where my heart was, though. I didn't want to because I know it's kind of like a reciprocal thing. Like, you basically make back what you spent. Right. And like, I think that's true. Kind of the way it is. Right. And
you guys paid for it.
Right, so, exactly, which is fine. It's like, we're blessed, and I don't need or want anything from Mom or Dad. I appreciate that. They were very generous with us with their gifts anyway. But yeah, we just kind of wanted that freedom. So I wanted to give that level of freedom to Micah to kind of make the decision she wanted to. And it went down this direction. I'm like totally thrilled with the way it went down. I just know that I would have never chosen to even do anything like this at all. You know, I guess this is the most untraditional wedding Allie kind of had the same kind of thing, but you know, you and Dana both got married in a church and stuff and had a more like prim and proper wedding.
I mean, and that's something you have to come to a conclusion as a couple. I was also, you know, I think back and laughing at Helene and Micah and just, you know, sort of operating in that bridezilla capacity, just in far as knowing what you want, but not having any of that attitude. You know, Micah reminds me so much of Helene with that, where it was like very important for her to have it the way she wanted it, but she did it in a way that wasn't overbearing. She just knew this is a once in a lifetime thing. And I see a lot of Micah in that. I think it's really, really sweet. You know, I think about, you know what I was thinking about with you guys? Think back to like the physical media days. I'm not saying just vinyl, but like CDs, right? Did you guys encounter, now in the digital age, you could do anything. You do the Persona 4 soundtrack, whatever, like Micah was saying. Was there any song that you guys ran up against where the DJ is like, I can't play that?
Oh, well, yeah. So my favorite band is AFI, of course. I really wanted, it's on, I think, the deluxe edition of December Underground. They did a cover of this song called On the Arrow. And it's maybe one of their only like romantic songs, but it is not on Spotify. And I just was like, it wouldn't have been impossible, but I would have actually had to, like, I don't have the CD anymore. I have it on vinyl. I would have had to like, I couldn't find the song digitally. And so I would have had to like find the CD, give it to the DJ, because they're like, we can't play songs off YouTube. It's illegal. It's this whole thing.
You're kidding me.
And I maybe could have searched a little bit more, but it's like, I checked Spotify. I think at the time I checked like Apple Music. I could not find this song easily. And it wasn't that important to me though. It was like, I love this song. It's my favorite band, but I'm okay with not hearing it. So I was just kind of like, it's all right. And then also one of my favorite Fall Out Boy songs was taken off of Spotify recently. And so that couldn't be played.
Which one's that?
But in it, Whams. It's off my favorite album, which is Folie à Deux. Well, it's WAMS.
Oh, that's I
always just
I was
say
out
Whams.
at that point. So
that's my favorite Fall Out Boy album. I wanted to hear that song, but I myself wasn't willing to go and find it. Like, if it wasn't on Spotify, I wasn't going to have it. If I didn't own the CD, I wasn't going to have it, because it was just like, this is too much work at this point after everything I did. But that did happen, that there were a couple songs that I couldn't get easily and was just like, oh, well, they weren't the most important songs, though. If it had been like our cake cutting song or something like that, I would have gone to like the extra effort to get it. But it did happen. There were a few that I was like, oh well, that's not going on the list. I can't get this to them easily.
So where do we stand on this topic? Are we satiated?
Yeah. I do want to say the photo booth was through the DJ company. That was an add-on service.
Oh.
I really wasn't sure about it, but my parents, at the family reunion that they go to every year, that's part of what they do, is they always have this little photo booth. And I was like, I think the family will have fun with it. But I have to say, I was so nervous that nobody would use it. And I made all these props that were themed around I Think You Should Leave. And like Holly and Dustin helped me come up with quotes for them. But I was so nervous that like nobody's going to use it. And like, I can't tell you the relief I felt when I saw people walking up to it and start interacting with it. And I was like, thank God, if we get 10 photos out of this thing, I'll be happy.
Cool.
And I saw people over there throughout the night. But that was also through the DJ company. Yeah.
I told Holly, I was looking at all we got to do 2, because I just can't pick one of these.
Yeah, we have we have like a link to them all. And then people could send them to themselves if they wanted to use them in the moment. So we'll get those out there at some point. But all right, so we've gotten to the wedding. We've had fun at the wedding, but we must chronicle the wedding. And so Dagan, this brings us to your topic as we wrap up strong. I hope. Don't fuck it up.
No pressure. No pressure. Well, you know what? I love this one, and I love the segue. Nice segue, because that photo booth was really cool, because not only is this like really kind of a good idea for a wedding because it's something fun to do, but also it forces people to remember to take pictures. Like, let's document this in a fun way. And also, you know what I saw there? Like talk about the mashup and the energy of different legendary characters coming together. I saw some odd combos taking pictures together, and that was another thing of like, wow, I never expected those two to be in shots together, and then seeing them on social media later was a blast. That was a really cool touch. So I dug it. But photography, when Colin said, pick a subject relevant to the wedding, I thought of photography because, I mean, first of all, just photography in general, taking pics and videos, documenting, the idea of capturing memories. I think it's always been important, but I think with technology evolving, it becomes even more important, or at least more kind of relevant or on our radar. And I love photography in general. Like, photography is probably the one thing I could see doing in a hobbyist capacity that I don't really do now. Like, I'm really into the idea of taking pictures, capturing a moment in time, catching that fleeting moment. There's something about that. And I don't think there's anything cooler than a candid photo in particular. Like, I remember even being a kid and looking at like different photojournalist things or nature photography or just the big magazines, right? And being like, wow, there's something so cool about the dynamic of like, if that guy, that man or woman didn't have a camera on them, they wouldn't have been able to capture that snapshot in time. Whether it's a nature thing or a political thing or a historical thing, there's just something really neat about it. And I remember how important the photography was for our wedding. That was something I remember 21 years ago discussing with Helene. Like, this is really important. The person who we recruit, who we get on board for this has to be a maestro, and he's got to capture it in a tasteful way. And we want a nice combination of candid and staged, and I'm not putting that down. Like, photography in all aspects is super cool, whether it's portraiture, something orchestrated, something planned. I know I'm talking about the candid photo, but I remember saying that to the guy. I remember his name was Joel. He was a really cool guy. He was low key and seemed very meek, but the cool thing about him was he let his camera do the talking. The guy took badass pictures. And I think just looking through his portfolio in 2002 before we got married and being like, yeah, this is the guy. Nice combination of black and white and color back then and all this kind of cool stuff. And I was very impressed with him. And I think we and some other family members actually used him following the wedding for different portraits or family photos or Christmas cards and stuff. He kind of stayed with the family for a while, and he took really beautiful shots. I don't know if he's still around, but I remember it was years that we were in touch with that guy, and I was very impressed with the person at your wedding. What was her name again? The photographer.
Oh, that was
and
Kat
her assistant.
Jones.
I remember her assistant's name was Jennifer, but I don't remember her name.
Yeah, that was Kat. And then, the assistant was Jennifer. They were fantastic.
Were amazing.
Yeah.
They so much energy. You could see that she really was so thoughtful and so invested in just getting really good pictures, not just with you guys, not with just the lighting and the setting and doing the extra work to make Micah's dress look just so and everything, but also integrating the families and getting a nice snapshot of everybody, the different families with you guys, without you guys, the best man and the maid of honor and everything. It was really, I was getting tired watching her work all day because she was very, she never stopped for 2 seconds. Like, she was by the book and doing her job at every moment. She was never sitting back at a table just having a Corona. This went on for hours. And I was like, wow, I don't remember our guy working that hard, but same energy and really wanting to do a bang up job. I was like, wow, I haven't seen the pictures yet. I don't know if you guys have, but I'm imagining they're going to be pretty great, which is pretty awesome. And you know what? The thing about it too is that's the one thing you're going to get. That's your memories are going to dissolve over time. You'll always have those choice memories and those moments that you decide to, your mind arbitrarily decides to hold on to. But the photography is super important. And I think I just remember when I chose this topic, I was thinking, like, I remember, because we have 2 kids, they're 3.5 years apart. And I remember being a first-time parent, probably in my early to mid 30s, and Lilia was in preschool at the time. And it's just that meme of seeing any event, right? Like a concert, a recital, a dance recital, something going on at school. It was that meme of every parent holding up the iPhone and filming it, right? And being in that, being a first-time parent and wanting to document everything and wanting to capture every single thing that happens, every milestone, potty training, first steps, first words, everything. And get really kind of never enjoying the moment. It was like that whole thing. And then by the time we had kid number 2, and it was just 4 years later, and it was the whole thing of like, okay, maybe I'm just going to be in the moment. Let the other parents film this. I just want to enjoy it. I want to savor it, because there's so many events that Lilia had that I was invested in getting the right angle. Helene, you getting this, you take the pictures, I'll take the video, and vice versa, and all that kind of thing. With Graydon, it went too much the other way. It was like, you're just too in the moment. You're not documenting enough. So it was that kind of finding that balancing of the 2 mindsets of like, let me be in the moment, but let me also be careful to record this for posterity and to have this, to have this memory and to have these pictures. And the other thing that plays into that was, I'm so jealous of kids now, because we grew up in a time, especially in my teenage years, with skateboarding, but also just in general, where there are years where we have nothing but our memories. Like, we didn't take pictures, we didn't film it, we didn't do anything. Now kids go out, you can't go to the skate park without filming a clip. You have your iPhone, you have your pictures. You're never going to miss an opportunity to snap a shot, right? For anything, prom, school dances, sporting events. With us, it was skateboarding. And it's my biggest regret. I mean, me and PJ growing up together, we have so precious few photos of anything, and it would just, we have our memories and that's great, but it would be nice to go back and look at what this stuff actually looked like. What did this place look like? What were we wearing? Who were we with? What was the weather like? Look how young our parents looked. It's all up here. And as the years grow on, that's all fading. And we didn't do any of that.
But isn't that fun to find? Don't you occasionally find like mystery pictures that show up years later? Like once in a while, like people that I knew in college, Ramon actually did an episode of the show at Kind of Funny about this, where he presented me with a bunch of pictures he found.
Oh, shit.
like 2003, 2004 era, whatever. And I was like, this is amazing. And then Dana recently sent me pictures of her and I like playing behind Brookhaven Elementary School in like the mid 90s.
Dude, that's
and like, I love that kind of stuff where it's like it almost like takes your breath away, where it's like this is a moment in time. Like, this is it. Like,
that you would have totally forgotten.
Yeah.
About.
Like, this is it. This is what you looked like. This is what you were wearing, like all that kind of stuff. So I love we grew up in that era. We do joke. Allie jokes about that too, about how like no one just took any pictures of anything that was happening for like years at a time. But those things do pop up every once in a while where it's like, whoa, that's a little bit of an interstitial in that time. Because by the time I was in high school, people started getting digital cameras, but like the really crude ones, the ones that you put like floppy disks in, literally.
Yeah, right.
And that was like the beginning of that era when you started taking more and more pictures, to the point where we were in college, like people used to always have their digital cameras at parties and stuff like that. You put them on Facebook and all.
It just wasn't easy then. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It was kind of a pain in the ass. Mm-hmm. You had to have practical camera, practical film. You had to go get it developed at the pharmacy. It was a whole thing. It wasn't easy, you know. Thank God, Kyle, that we had those people, those key people like Dana, who was somewhat mindful for whatever reason, whether that was maturity or just thinking ahead, like, we're going to want to remember this, that took pictures. I will say in the family that existed to some degree, always we had a Dana somewhere along the line. My friend group, I'm telling you, there are no pictures because no one thought everybody was so caught up in the moment, and I think, and just having fun. And I think it's also a combination of being young and not really thinking that way, but I want to smack myself because it would have been so cool to just see what even each year looked like. You didn't have to even do this weekly, if not monthly, but just see what, 1991 looked like. No one took a picture, no one had a camera, no one had a video camera. Totally. So they were very expensive back then. So that's really something that appeals to me now. I think part of that is just lamenting it. Part of that's just regretting it, and also just the fact I think that's really one of the most important aspects of a wedding. And also realizing like I didn't take a lot of pictures at the wedding because again, you're caught up in the moment, you're talking to people, you're having fun. I still got to work on that. It's like, it's like slow your roll, pause for a second and just get a picture of it. Then you can move on, talk to the next person. So I got to be a little better with kind of developing that mindset. Dust, I'll kick this over to you, my friend. Just photography. The wedding made me think of it, but just photography in general.
You did wedding videography, right?
Correct. Yeah. For it was a large portion of our business for when I was doing videography for a long time. So did many weddings and filmed all kinds of stuff. And yeah, it's
like filming them or editing them or both.
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. We would do everything from end to end as far as filming it, editing it, making final versions, and making DVDs and all kinds of stuff.
People must have been so annoying with you and like walking around with that camera trying to get
messages. You had to be.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the thing. That's always the constant struggle is you don't want to be annoying. At the same time, the people that are paying for it paid a lot of money to get everything. So you want to make sure you get everything. And then some people that don't want to be filmed. There's some people that want to be filmed too much. There's
that's what I'm saying. Like, them annoying you because you're walking around with the camera. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that dude, it was always every single wedding. There'd be like the old guy's like, don't film me. I'm wanted. Or like film my good side. Stuff like that. You hear the same jokes every time. So, but yeah, it is a delicate balance day about as far as like figuring out how you don't want to constantly be behind the camera taking photos all the time, but you also don't want to miss out on stuff. And there's certain photos from this past wedding, your wedding, or from Colin and Michael's wedding, where I'm so glad we have them. The punching up photo that we got.
Yes. That was a must.
I'm so happy we have that. That's going to be an iconic photo of the night, at least for me, for forever now. And I know the photographer took a photo of everyone from the team that was there.
Yes.
Yeah,
got a photo
yeah.
together. And I'm really, that's, I think, also going to be for, obviously you guys took many more important photos for you. And that's obvious, right? But I'm so happy for my experience there. I'm like, nice. We got those. Those are going to be really memorable, very memorable looking back.
I also tried to encourage people. I might have encouraged you, but I tried to encourage people to be like, you can pull the photographer over to take like a nice picture of you and your spouse or whatever. If you whatever. So I hope people took advantage of it.
She was proactive with that. I feel like, yeah, she jumped on that.
Yeah, so like we'll send them out and make sure they connect with the right people.
Yeah,
because actually, when we took the punching up photo, Dustin, was your dad the one who took the picture of us? Because then the photographer saw, I think it was Travis that was taking the picture of us, but then she saw him taking the picture, and then she from behind him took her own picture.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
And much like she would notice things like that of like, oh, they're just taking a quick picture, like I'll snap one too.
She was,
she was very proactive.
She really was. I mean, I told her that at the end of the night. I was like, I can't believe how hard you work. Like, I've been watching you do this all day. Like, she didn't miss them, and that's what photography is really about. You don't want to miss the moment. You got to be there, because if you're not there, you're going to miss it. So yeah.
Yeah, she takes the bullet like that, or like the photographer takes the bullet for everyone else. That's kind of always been my. I used to. I don't really go to shows anymore, but I used to love going to shows, and it was always during that early smartphone era and the digital camera era, certainly, but the smartphone era where everyone wanted to get their shots of everything, and then I came to accept that someone else is going to do this. Inevitably, at every fucking show I go to, someone has great footage of it on YouTube from somewhere else. Sometimes even if you go to see bands like 311 that I love, that really encourage even like videography, like just like, oh, come film and get great soundboard quality audio and all that, like whatever. And that shit just pops up. I guess I just try to rely on other people to do that for me at this point and try to stay more in the moment, because I definitely was too, I want to get a great video of this song. And oh my God, I can't believe they're playing this. And then you just accept it's like, dude, someone else is doing this. There's 2,000 people here. Someone else is definitely getting footage, and it's going to be on YouTube in 5 seconds. So you can see it and you can relive the show and do all that kind of stuff. So with random exceptions, that's always kind of worked out well for me. The one thing I do want to say though, and working with Kat was a pleasure. She was great. I really always vacillate between photography and like how I feel about it. Because sometimes like I remember going to, what's that great museum in LA? Why can't I think of it? The Getty Museum. And there was this huge, I was looking at all this fine art, and then there was like this photography, like this black and white photographer had his like exhibit, and I wasn't very impressed. And I was like, why is this even, I'm like, I don't know. What is this? It's like, and then you just, for some reason that just didn't speak to me. But then I see some of the samples she sends along, or just a bunch of other examples of wonderful photography. And I'm like, damn, dude, this is so elite and incredible. Like the use of tools. I was complimenting her indeed, because she's actually old enough to come from the film era, which I was surprised by, because I was like, did you ever like do this and have to rely on like film? And it ends up that she's much older than she looks. And she's been doing it for a long time. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. Like, because she's taking 1 million photos and looking at it in the screen. You can even have confidence monitors if you want to do all that kind of stuff, if you want to really see the way things are shaped. I'm not saying it's not hard. It's extremely difficult and mega talented, but that level of ballsiness of saying like, we have 24 shots on this roll.
Yeah.
And then we have to switch the film, and then we have to go into the dark room and like deal with it and figure it out. And that they didn't come out, or like someone blinked and all that kind of stuff. Like that is hardcore as fuck. Like that level of photography to me is like super hardcore. So I give people credit having to do that in like 1980 or something. It's like, holy shit.
And that's why she's so good. She's in that foundation.
Yeah, exactly. And she's awesome. And I just have and she did our engagement photos too, and they're great. And so cool. She's super talented, and really just reinforced that like, wow, this is such a deep level of skill and art behind this. Because I think we all kind of get, it's like writing kind of, where everyone thinks they can do it. We talk about this sometimes. Like everyone thinks they can really write, or like write the next American novel or something like that. And it's like, no, you can't. Like, and photography, because we all have pens and we're all literate, I guess. And now with like these phones, especially in our pockets, we all think we can do it. And the reality is like, yeah, we can all take the exact same photo. Like, oh yeah, okay, no framing, nothing, take the shot, move on. It's like, it takes someone with a deeper understanding, and I appreciate the shit out of that. I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's a talent.
Right. That's something that Dustin has, because and this, Colin, I'm not making a dig at you, but this happened.
Okay.
The reason that I'm not in any of the product photos for our merch store is because Colin can't take photos that don't make me look fucking awful. Like, he's going like real low with it. I'm like, keep the camera up high, like up high, you know?
How to do it.
And I was supposed to model the hoodie, and I was like, Dustin, this ain't working.
I don't think I even saw a photo. I think you just were like,
oh, like
I was
like,
we can have Ben do it, and you're like, yes.
Exactly.
So that's Ben is our hoodie model for that reason.
I was just like, bro, these photos, I look like ass, and I'm not doing it. But no, so Dustin, we kind of cut you off when you were, something I really had to think about was choosing, do I want to video the wedding or not? And so, like, when you were actually doing those, like, how many of those did you actually like do, like, in a year, let's say? Because for me, it's like that was so expensive. When I just had like, maybe we'd video it in today's money, it was like between $5,000 to $8,000 on the low end, just for video, not for photography. That was added on top of how much we paid for the photography.
I also didn't want it.
God.
I also wasn't compelled by even having it on video at all.
No. I mean, it was a maybe, but Dustin, like, I am just so intrigued that you worked actually in this industry for a bit.
Well, the industry definitely was changing drastically when I was on my way out, because our traditional style is people got different packages that were different amounts. Like, I think our cheapest package was like $1,000, which really isn't too. I mean, it's a lot better than 5,000, of course, but it's weird because the style of what people wanted from wedding videos was drastically changing, where there's like the old mentality is that you're kind of just getting everything straight up, where you're getting a multicam presentation of the ceremony itself. And it was like, man, you show up and you knew if it was going to be at a Catholic church, you were going to have a bad time. Not anything wrong with Catholics. It just was going to be long. And that's how it was, is that you're like, buckle up. So there was that aspect. But then it was also, getting all the main events, putting them together, flowing it with audio and stuff like that. And that was like potentially another half hour to 45 minutes. But I remember a few times we had complaints where people were like, well, why didn't you film everything at the reception? It's like, what do you mean? All the key events were there. They're like, well, I was kind of just expecting all of the dancing. It's like, you wanted a video. You just wanted us to pop up a tripod of the dance floor for 3 hours. They're like, well, yeah. So there's that extreme angle. And then when I was on the way out, which I actually really like this, is that the documentary style wedding video is on the rise and very popular now, where you get interviews with, the bride and the groom, people in the wedding, and then it's not even necessarily a full playthrough, rundown minute to minute thing of what happened. It's just kind of like presented as this neat little story that's contained in, 20 or 30 minutes, which is cool because you can kind of be more creative with the edit, but you also need to be a much better editor and much more creative editor to do something like that. So I'm so thankful that I don't do that anymore. That's what keeps me working as hard as I possibly can at Last Stand Media, is the fear of having to ever do that ever again. It was a great job. I'm thankful that I got to work in the thing that I like, which is doing production. But weddings are, it's a whole day. It's an entire day. You're super tired at the end, and then it's like, man, the work's not even over after you film all day long. And people get really particular about wedding stuff because it is important. I mean, it's honestly probably one of the most important days of your life, no matter what. So people are very particular about the wedding video. But I don't know. Ours was filmed by my boss, who did it as a gift for us. And he made the offer. It was like, yeah, I can film it. And then if you want to edit it and put it together the way you want. And I never did. So maybe I should do that for our 10th anniversary.
That'd be cool. You should do
together. That'd be awesome.
I don't have the footage. I'm going to have to talk to
fun.
him. I know he has it. It's in the archives there, but
he's like, what? I flushed that down the toilet.
Yeah, he's like, I'm out. That shit was done.
Oh, that's raccoon food.
I spent so much time archiving at my old job. Like, there's like a entire wall in his basement of Blu-rays. We'd back up everything on Blu-rays and Blu-rays. And we had an offsite backup too. But anyway, that's a different life.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah.
Separate issue.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, you guys? This is how old I am. Our wedding video we have on DVD, and they gave us a copy on VHS.
Hell yeah.
In like the proprietary sleeve, like Dagan and Helene's wedding. And you know this is interesting because the kids have definitely seen it, but when they were little, we're like, oh, you want to see mom and dad before, maybe they were 4 or 5 years old before you were born, and they didn't care then. We tell them that we're going to show now. You would think we told them that we're going to bury them alive or something. They're like, fuck that. Like they're like practically running. It's like, are you serious? I would have been so take myself back to being 16. I would have been so fascinated with seeing anything of my family pre my birth that I'd be like, oh my God, I want to see that. I want to see what grandpa looked like. I want to see who was hanging around. I want to see what you guys look like. What the day, I'm so curious.
Yeah, I would be the same.
Right. But my kids, they couldn't give two less of a shit. They were just like, what? We're not watching that. And I'm like, it's 25 minutes. You can't watch. Be like, no, we're not spending 25 minutes watching that. They have no fascination with it whatsoever.
Poor Dave.
So I don't know.
Here's the thing, though. I would love to watch my parents' wedding now.
Same.
Oh, yeah.
I have a different angle, though, because of my situation where I was in it.
You were alive.
I was alive,
yeah,
and I was in the wedding. I was a little shit, like 3 years old, running around, causing chaos.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know if that exists.
Were you the ring bearer or something?
I was.
Yeah, I would imagine so at that age. That's the perfect age.
Oh, yeah. I was.
That's right. You were the little Frodo.
That's right.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that is something. Like my parents got married in '89, I think, and they have a small photo album, but not a ton of photos. And I remember being a kid and seeing on sitcoms like he accidentally taped over our wedding video with the Jets game. Like, oh my God. And I remember thinking like, oh, I wish my parents had like a wedding video, because I would have liked to have seen it. It would have been neat. But that was a decision we had to make. And I was just like, if I was going to record anything, it would have just been like just the ceremony. But I really do feel like we're at a point where we take too many photos now. And definitely. I was like, I just want a memory of this. Like, that's actually a memory. And we had some funny moments during the ceremony. It's just things of like, would it be cool to watch, for our anniversary or something? Sure. But, I'm grateful for the few videos that people did take. Like my cousin did get a video of me walking down the aisle, which I did not expect to ever see. Cool. And it was just like, holy shit, there's me. It was weird because obviously I experienced it, but actually seeing it when I never expected to see it from someone else's point of view in video. Of course, there'll be photos. And it was just neat. But it is like, as a kid, I loved taking photos. I had like a camera, a shitty little camera that took film, or my mom would buy us like disposable cameras for vacations. And so I'd get my one disposable camera
your 24
for like our
shots.
California vacation. Yeah. No, exactly. Like we go to California for a week. I have my disposable camera. When we get back, we drop it off at Walgreens to see what we got. And it was horrible feeling of like, oh no, my finger was covering the lens for half of these. I ruined them. You had no way of knowing.
It was impossible.
But I'm laughing, Dagan, because when you talk about how like with your first child taking a ton of photos and not as many with the second, that happened to me because my mom has an entire album of my sister as a baby, and she's got like a handful of photos of me. And it was just like, well, we were just so busy. And it's like, no, I get it, but it's just hysterical to look back on. Like, here's an album of Jasmine, a whole album. All right. And here's a few photos of Micah at the same age. And then like, it's just essentially school photos. Like, here's your yearly photo of you. And it is just funny how parents do that. Like, it just happens almost every time that the first baby is like the miracle child, and we're going to document everything. I put the first poop in resin, right? Like, and then for the second kid, it's like, I think he's here somewhere. I don't know. I think he's in the house. There's a box of Cheez-Its on the counter. He must have been out, so
he's about.
It is just what happens. But like in high school, once digital cameras were a thing, I took a lot of photos, like end of the year, like last week of like senior year, I took photos with all my friends, and it was super important to document all that to get the photos we actually wanted to take versus like the silly ones that the yearbook people would go around taking type thing. And it's like, here's me and my friends as we actually are versus posed in the library, shush type thing, the type of yearbook shit that they make you do. And it was just really important. And obviously choosing a photographer for the wedding, it's a lot of trust. I mean, it's first of all expensive. It's just one of those things that like it's an investment for sure. And deciding like how much do we want to spend on this? What's the vibe that we want? Some people were definitely a little more, what's the word I want? I don't mean creative like, I mean like out there. I saw some of these portfolios that were fucking weird. All right. And I remember just being like, that's not what I want. And I also saw some that were like very posed. Of course, we did some poses for our photography, but she literally would see something and then be like, just hold that. Like she noticed Colin leaning up against a fence and Colin was just leaning up against the fence. And then she was like, just got a picture of it. Like she was really good at capturing us as we truly were.
That's awesome.
In addition to the poses, partly just because it does make you look better. Like she knows how to make things look nice.
Well, I want to use maybe for the cover photo of this, or the thumbnail, we'll use one of the pictures that she sent us because I like we got the fall composition and the leaves and proper light and good silhouettes and it's cool.
Yeah. No, she was fantastic. It was something I was nervous about just in terms of it is the biggest day of my life so far for sure. And those photos are what you have left over. Like, yes, I'll have my dress in a box, but like, it's not something you really are going to look at every day. But these photos I'm going to frame and hang up in my house or that I'm going to have an album made later on. Those are the things that I'll actually have from the day. Like, the leftover cake is gone. I dried some of my, I dried some of my flowers, but they may not actually last forever. Like you're going to put them in a shadow box and in 20 years, they might be dust. It's just one of those things like the photos are what you have.
And then we can snort the dust.
Yeah. And then they'll be part of us forever. Yeah. But it was extremely important to me to have those photos. And I am very grateful to the few videos people did take of like, Dustin sent me the video of our entrance, or Gene and Dustin's mom taking videos of the dance floor. Like those were I'm so glad people did that because I didn't ask anybody to.
The entrance one I recorded and I was like, I just want to say, you're going to want this. I didn't post it if you guys want to post it somewhere, but it's like this, with it being the Seinfeld intro, I was like, yeah, you're going to want to see this. You're going to want it.
Yeah. It's things like that I didn't think of. And I'm so glad that you did because, I wouldn't have, if I didn't have it, I wouldn't have thought about it, but getting to see it was cool. Just like my cousin filming me walking down the aisle. It's like, I didn't really think of how that would make me feel to see me and my dad, walking down dressed in our best and everything. It was indeed very special. So I'm still glad we didn't do a full video because I did want it to just be, I don't know. I did just want it to be more like in my memories, what actually happened, the full details of the event. I'm going to, remember as much as I can in my already demented state. But otherwise, the photos are extremely important. And the brief, like gallery, the sample gallery she's already given us. They're fucking phenomenal photos. So I'm just thrilled already with what we got.
Oh, good. That's awesome. Yeah, she had a really good point of view. Like she's obviously she had a level of expertise, very professional. She wasn't intrusive, but she definitely, and like Colin was saying, she was steeped in analog photography, so she already knew about, light.
Dude, she was getting down like on her stomach and like she moved just like an inch and like she was great. She was awesome. It's really
powers
dope.
It up.
Yeah, it's she did it. Exactly. I said that once or twice. I was like, yes, no.
Those
great.
Those silhouette photo, one of which I put on Twitter, and like that whole series of those sunset photos. She was laying down on the ground, like taking the photos from just the right angle, like. And it was like this woman just very dedicated to her work, and including the fact that if it had rained that day, she was like, at no charge to you, if it rains, we will pick a nice evening later on and just put on your suit, put on the dress, and we'll go take those photos. And we'll get you your sunset photos because she knew I really wanted them.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was obviously we didn't end up having to do that. But it was just like, that was the level of care that she put into it of like, I'm going to make sure that you get these shots, even if we can't do it the same day. I'm very lucky that we didn't have to do that. The weather was agreeable and everything. But that's just how awesome she was. It really was just like an effortless experience in terms of taking all those photos.
Yeah, you don't see people going above and beyond like that. I even heard her talking about aperture and stuff with Helene. Like she knew Helene's a great photographer. I can't take a picture. I mean, I have a great sense of composition and stuff like that. I could take all my artistic and creative things, but just when it comes down, there is an elusive talent to being able to take a picture. Helene's really good at it, and so is Lilia. But there's something about it that can't be forced. It's just like, I'm more like you, Kyle. Like, I'll tell you all the rules. We could talk about photography all day. I pick up the camera and take a shot. It's going to suck. Like, that's just, I could draw. Like, one talent isn't,
I'm barely hanging on by a thread. You don't need me to be doing anything with a camera. Certainly not. Yeah. You know what, dude, at the end of the day, I mean, it was cool to get this all out. We're married. We've done it. We did it. It was fun.
And
we'll get some of those pictures out there. I'm so relieved people had fun. That was my only anxiety. A lot of people were telling me that it was interesting how non-anxious I was throughout the day about anything, where I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm like totally fine. I was literally just anxious about people having a good time and a little bit anxious about my suit. Was it all going to work out? And it did, which was great. So, so that was cool too. And it was cool to wear like something really nice, have a really nice day at a really nice place. We're not shishi like fucking Marie Antoinette or something like that over here. We're really not. Like it was cool to like step out and do something like that, because it's really not our way to enjoy time.
I mean, for me as well, I never got to do like prom or anything like that when I was younger. So like this was the first time in my life I ever got to wear like a ball gown, and it was just like
you looked so hot. I mean, you were so hot. We did like what they call the first look. So like, you don't have to do this. Like the first time you see each other is when you get married typically, but we actually opted to see each other before we got married so that we could take a bunch of photos, and Dagan knows because he was there, so that we don't have to waste. It sounded like really lame. I'm like, so we can either do this or spend 90 minutes during the during the celebration to do this later. It's like, nah, I'm good. So we kind of cut that out. So, but we still did like an authentic first look where like I see her for the first time, and I'm really anxious to see the pictures, because it was a much more classic dress than I thought we would choose. And I thought you looked awesome. And I mean, you would have looked awesome in anything, but I think some woman, like when we were waiting to be like walk in or whatever, so because it's a golf club, so people are like just walking about anyway, and someone like walked by, someone was like, you guys look like you're on the cover of a magazine or something like that.
No, Micah, look,
awesome.
I'm not Daniel Day-Lewis in Phantom Thread or something. I don't know much about fashion, but Micah's dress looked like it was made for Micah. Like, that's not a thing you usually see. Like, it looked like that was custom made for her. It just looked like, that's what she should be wearing, So, and that's that must be so stressful
oh my God.
That must be like, that's the main thing.
Well, right?
So it's all about that dress.
I told Colin this, and I say this with like zero animosity at all. I had a ton of anxiety about the dress because I found out after I bought it that the family had a general consensus that they liked a different dress I tried on better. And I didn't know that. But once I found that out, I had anxiety for months that I had picked an ugly dress and that I was going to look bad in it, because literally everyone kind of had like, oh yeah, we liked the other dress, but we weren't going to tell you that. And it's like, well, you told me now. And now I think I picked an ugly dress. And like, I would look at pictures of it and I was like, I hate it. Oh my God, what did I do? But you can't change it. You order the thing, it takes 6 months to arrive. And it's just like, and also like the cost of it, it's like, I can't afford a different dress. Like, there's no refunds. I remember just being so anxious about it for months, of thinking like, I chose the wrong dress. I picked the one that I liked the best. I picked the one that was my favorite. And then finding out that other people didn't like it as much, I was like, holy shit, I made a mistake. How did you even
find that out? Who said that?
I won't name any names.
I can only imagine.
Okay, yeah.
But I won't name any names, but
that's so odd.
It was when I went to try it on. Like, the dress arrived. It takes 6 months to get the dress. It arrived. I went with a small group to go try it on. And I was just saying how much I loved it, but how like torn I was between that and a different dress. And that's when the person was kind of like, we kind of like the other one better, but we weren't going to say that. And it's like, oh. And then I sat with that feeling for 6 months of I chose an ugly dress. and everyone hates it. And that wasn't true. Like I was catastrophizing it, but like in my head, I was like, oh, fuck. Like I look like a bag of potatoes in this dress. It looks like shit. You know, like everyone liked the other one better. And it's because they were two completely different styles. If you've seen my, go look at my photos on Twitter, it's a ball gown is what I chose. And the other dress was a like form-fitting, like mermaid style dress. And I just didn't feel special in it. Like it was a pretty dress. It was a beautiful dress. But this one, the one I chose, which was also pink, which I really liked, it just made me feel so special. I was like, oh, this is literally the moment of like, I can't believe I'm wearing something so exquisite, was just how I felt inside.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And the other one was pretty, but I just didn't feel the same. But having that moment afterwards of like, holy shit, everyone liked the other one better. And I was just like, oh my God, what did I do?
Horrifying.
But on the day of, everyone was telling me how pretty the dress was. People who had never seen it before, people who had never seen the other choices were telling me like it was, like Dagan had said, like people were just saying it's very you, it's perfect for you. I felt much better at that point. But I just, for weeks, I was like, Colin's going to hate the dress. He's going to think it's ugly. Everyone else thinks it's ugly.
I don't know why I would think that. But yeah, no, you looked obviously beyond lovely. And I was, for me, like when I went to the tailor to get my suit made, I basically, as we know, because we discussed it already with Mike and I, it's like, I just deferred to this guy completely. It's like, I made like simple choices. He presented me with everything, but I'm like, a lot of it was like, what would you do in this situation? Like, what would you pair with this? Right. What fabric would you go with? What style would you go with?
Too.
Yeah. And it was, and it was ended up being great. So hopefully who knows how long this suit was literally made for me. So it's like, I'm going to know if I gain or lose weight at this point. Like it's basically on. And in fact, I made it. So I got measured for the suit, in July? And then in late July, I think. And then I was going up to the end. It took almost 2 months for it to be made. And my shoes were made and my belt and all these things. And they were all delivered on the same day. And then I kind of went up to like just a few days before the wedding. And then I went to Mike. I was like, I got to try on the suit. Cause like, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to go there on Saturday. I'm going to be like, oh shit. Like I gained.
I can't believe how worried you were.
Because I tried it on obviously when it came in and it was all fine, but I really was just because but it ended up fitting fine. So hopefully our cousin Junior gets married in South Carolina in April. And I'm going to hope to get one more wear out of this extremely expensive suit that hopefully I'll fit in for some time to come. I don't know. The shoes won't fit forever.
Because it was like 3 days before the wedding and you're like, I have to try it on. It's killing me. I'm like, all right, try it on, but be careful. Like, don't wrinkle it. And then afterwards you're like, I think I wrinkled it. Can you take it to get pressed? And it's like, I literally can't. Cause it's like, I have my nail appointment. I just had like so much stuff to do. And I was like, we got the steamer. If you need to hit it with the fabric steamer, we will. But I was just like, no, I can't take it to get pressed because you just had to try it on. It was like, I can't do it. We have too much to do already.
Yeah, I was stressed out about it, but it worked out. And I would assume, like, I didn't even want to ask the guy, like, so how often does someone fit in the suit and then they come back when it's time to wear it and they're like, I don't fit in the suit anymore.
He would have just been like, sir, please, you're overthinking it.
Yeah, probably. They also had a really cute dog at this place. It's like a place where you have to make an appointment and you go in, and the dog's name was Buttons. And she was just the cutest little.
She was a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel.
Oh, they're cool. My neighbor has one of those.
She was wonderful.
She was perfect.
I haven't stopped thinking about Buttons.
Yeah, I needed to know everything about her. Yeah.
I have just one quick story. I had my own moment though of worrying that the dress wouldn't fit. I hadn't tried it on since the end of August is when I picked it up from the alterations lady with your mom. And so we pick up the dress together and we took pictures of like how to do the bustle and all that. Hadn't tried it on since. Now, generally speaking, and this isn't like a flex or anything, but just generally speaking, I'm the same size just all the time. But when I went to put the dress on, for a split second, my sister was like, I feel like the straps are too short, because she had to like button it in the back. But it was only because of how I had my arms placed that like I was essentially like just holding onto a piece of it. I didn't realize it, but for a split second, I was like, fuck. Like for the one time in my life that I had to be the same size and I wasn't. And I panicked for like 30 seconds. I'm like, oh my God, like, what do I do? Am I going to have to safety pin this dress? I'm going to look like shit. It was fine. It was all fine. We were all good. The dress fit. But man, that was quite the moment of like, oh my God, I don't fit in it anymore.
You're totally consistent. Like just like your presentation. You know, I feel like I actually, when I was running, so before we started a few minutes late, because I had to run down the street to pick up some dog poop because I ran out of bags and then Rush inexplicably pooped. So I had to run back, and I don't want to be that guy. So I had to, you know, obviously, so I had to go take care of it. And as I'm running, I'm like, I got good wind. It's fine. But I'm like, damn, dude, I can feel like how much heavier I am than I used to be. You can just feel it on your frame. Like as you're going, it's like, Jesus Christ. So I'm jealous of you're just moving through space like Voyager 2, just an inertial.
This is the heaviest I've ever been. This is it. This is what we're rocking these days.
Right on.
You don't
Roger
need to
that.
worry about it.
Oh my God.
You could do hot dog nights every night, not even think about it.
Don't tempt me, dude.
You're good.
I'll do hot dog night every single night if I could. All right. I think that's it. It's time to go. We've gone a long time. I appreciate you guys taking the time to talk to us today and wrapping this up, this wedding special of Constellation. Hope people enjoyed it. Let's go around and say goodbye to everyone. Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend.
Goodbye. I'm thinking about getting pizza tonight. Tonight's pizza.
Hell
Holly's
yeah.
not here. You know what that means.
Real pizza?
Holly's
Or?
lactose
Yeah.
intolerant. So that means I'm going to splurge and get pizza for myself. And I'm pretty excited about it. And that's all I have to share. Thank you for having me on the Moriarty family episode of Constellation. I'll be the honorary Moriarty today. Or I was.
There you go.
What kind of pizza are you going to get? Is it like real pizza or like
real pizza in Western Pennsylvania and Butler? No.
That's not going to happen.
That's why people get mad at me. I say, don't disrespect Papa John's, okay? We're fighting for our
Wait
life
a
out
second.
here.
yeah.
Dust, Pittsburgh has legit Italian food.
Oh, yeah. But
I know you're not in Pittsburgh proper.
Right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know it's known for its Italian food.
If you went to, into Pittsburgh, you'd have all kinds of great options.
Just go to Pittsburgh.
It's
not that far. It's like telling me to go to Philly right now.
Part of the thing is that we have one car. Holly has the car tonight, so I have to get delivery.
I got
so
you.
Maybe,
that's good, though.
Maybe Papa is in my sights. We'll see.
Do you like the little pepper that they give you?
No, I never eat that.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I do like the garlic sauce, which affectionately is the garlic cum sauce. You know,
right.
You gotta.
Jeez.
Oh,
See, that makes it sound good, but the reality is that I don't like the garlic sauce. But that makes it sound good.
Yeah, the garlic sauce, I love that. It's very good. Yeah.
Please don't. You're so gross, Micah. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye. And I want to say, Dustin, because like truly from the bottom of my heart, you guys are family. Like I was texting your mom after the wedding, like thanking you guys like so much for making the trip. And it really is. I was like, the Furmans are family, but like extending that too, like Gene and Cog, like everyone who was able to make that trip down. It's like, you're not just our friends. Like you guys really are family. Does I didn't want to cry. I got this whole episode done without crying, but looking at my sweet round-headed stepson, there it is. So I am. I'm just eternally grateful that everybody came down. It really was just like the best day of my life.
Good. That's great to hear. We were, like I said, we were honored to be there, and I'm glad. I'm so glad that that everything turned out great, and. Thank you, of course.
Oh, my dear, you're so sweet. Wipe those tears, Mr. Bates.
I was like, I can get through this whole thing without crying. I can, as I know.
I love you, Anna, and I don't care who knows it.
They don't even say that. It's not even a real line on the show.
I just.
Am I still Mr. Bates in your phone, by the way?
Yeah.
Is that still my profile picture?
Yeah, it is.
It's all about Mr. Bites.
Mr. Bates.
Mr. Bates.
He's like, they just go to him and he's just like, they're in like their kitchen where they eat, and they just go to him and he's just like always just like reading a book or something like that, doing something very, very sincere and prim and proper. Dagan, goodbye to you, my friend.
There you guys are. I see you rolling away in that convertible. Cans dragging behind the car. Just married. Whatever happened to throwing rice? The sparklers were awesome.
Oh yeah, the birds, they explode.
Oh,
no,
birds.
You can't.
Is
the
that
birds
real?
can't eat the rice, and that's why you're supposed to do the bubbles or something different now. Because like the birds, it makes them all sick.
Oh, it
you
does.
can't go give them rice.
Yeah, because it expands in their stomach
until they realize that was bad.
Yeah, no.
Just birds exploding, and we're gonna let the doves out. And then we're going to throw Alka-Seltzer.
We're going to have a bird fly by and a pitcher has to try and hit it with the ball. And then the feathers will make a beautiful effect.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Dagan and I will be back next week for more. And you guys will be back soon, I'm sure. And we'll see you on your respective shows as well.
Absolutely.
You guys know the drill. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and other perks. We appreciate you. Can't do it without you. Laststandmedia.store for merch. We have all sorts of things, shirts, hats, sweatshirts, etc. But free shipping on all stickers here in these United States. I love saying that. These United States. Yeah. Feels like I'm giving like a presidential speech or something like that. All right,
but only these states.
Right. But only these specific states.
Which ones do you want to leave out? Let's just name some. Let's offend people right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ohio,
okay. Ohio. Yeah, you have something against Ohio. I don't really have beef with Ohio.
Going on? That's your neighbor. It's my neighbor,
Worst
too.
neighbor ever.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Let's get the hell out of here. My friends, take care. Goodbye. Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.